Good morning and welcome to Council on Tuesday, February the 11th. And I will acknowledge that we are in Mi'kma'ki, the traditional territory of the Mi'kmaq people. And we have, I think, some announcements today. We have a couple of new staff members in the gallery, and I'll invite Mr. Pace to introduce them to us.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. It's a privilege this morning. We have two new staff members joined us in the Engineering and Public Works Department. First of all, we have Brianna Fitzgerald. I ask you to stand, Brianna. Brianna is joined us as an operator, a wastewater operator in training for our wastewater treatment plants, and she reports to Larry Feener, Senior Municipal Engineer. She recently relocated to MODL from Chesapeake, a rural area in Eastern Shore, Nova Scotia. She went to NSCC and took to the Center of Geographic Studies and took GIS Technician, and then went to the Ivany campus of NSCC, where she took Environmental Engineering Technology. And she's worked recently as an environmental technician with the Canadian Department of National Defence in Halifax. So she'll be going through her various stages of certification. She's an operator in training now in OIT, and she'll be going through the levels of certification. There's a combination of work experience and exams, level 1, 2, and 3 in wastewater treatment. And I understand she just wrote her exam for level 1, waiting the results for that. So she's on. Brianna's here on the ground floor of the construction of the wastewater plant in expansion in Cookville. So it's great to have Brianna right here, right on the ground floor, to understand how the facility is built and how it operates. So welcome to Brianna. And next we have Jamie Keddy. Jamie, do you want to stand? And another Jamie in our midst. Jamie will be our facilities coordinator, and he reports to Maria Butts. He's a native of Foxburg, and he has a degree from Acadia University in music technology, and then went to NSCC and took electronic engineering technician. And he has had various roles, and the last one being project manager at Notel in Hackett's Cove, and he's been with Notel for about 15 years. He's a volunteer with Bay and Bay Trail Association, and his role here at MODL will be looking after facilities, this building, the CES building, the MARC buildings. He'll look into waste asset management, preventative maintenance programs for this building, and also an internal safety role, working with Chris Purnett with MJSB, our new OHS specialist, to assist in getting MODL's safety program up and running and certified. So welcome, Jamie.
Thank you for those introductions, and welcome to Brianna and Jamie, who it's always nice to see younger folks join our employment here, and particularly in Brianna's case, to join at a time when we have a big project, and to be in on the ground floor of that is, I'm sure, exciting for you in starting out with us, but also for us to have somebody come in at the ground level and know from every brick and pipe, I guess. I don't know all that goes into it, but anyway, that sounded okay. I do know what goes into it, but anyway, welcome. Are there other announcements, Mr. Merrill?
Yeah, I just want to, when we did the Planning and Development Services orientation, we had a member that was off on maternity leave. Ella Gindy is now back. Ella works in the planning department. She's a planner too, and she's currently working on the MODL 2040 project, and she's working on a report for public transit. So you'll see her at an agenda shortly.
Welcome back. Hope the baby's doing well and mom is doing well. Yeah. Other acknowledgements, Councillor Brooks.
I just wanted to say that I'm very happy that this council has decided to put economic development in the forefront. I'm sure a lot of you read the articles last week, which has 40,000 Nova Scotia children living in poverty. and once again, Nova Scotia getting the last place in the country for economics. So we've got our work cut out for us, and we've got people who need us to be doing that work, so I look forward to doing that work.
Other acknowledgements. Councillor Burns.
Thank you. I just wanted to take a moment to let folks know that Staff Sergeant Victor Whalen, District Commander for the RCMP, Lunenburg County, will be retiring later this month. So not only is he the District Commander, he's also a resident of my district, and I've come to know his spouse fairly well through my other job, so I just wanted to take a moment to thank him for his service to the community and wish him all the best in retirement.
Other acknowledgements, announcements, or recognitions? Okay, we'll move on. For those visiting with us in the gallery, welcome. And I just want to let you know that the washrooms are out through the doors where you came in, the double doors, and to your left. And you're welcome here, and we will proceed with the rest of our agenda, which is a full one. We do have 3 council members who are attending a conference, so if you're wondering why all the empty seats, they are attending a sustainability conference in Fredericton, New Brunswick, and for the next couple of days. So we'll look forward to hearing what they learned and what they can bring back to us. I do have a proclamation to give today, which is Wear Red Canada Day. And I don't have a single red thing in my wardrobe except red shoes, and I did wear my red boots this morning, but you can't see them. Whereas heart disease is the #1 killer of women worldwide and the leading cause of premature death for Canadian women, a fact unknown to many women and their healthcare providers. And whereas Canadian Women's Heart Health Alliance is an organization of volunteer health professionals and patients working hard to improve women's heart health. And whereas Wear Red Canada Day is celebrated annually to raise awareness for all Canadians but especially Canadian women, to be mindful, curious, and proactive in the management of their heart health and wellness. And whereas we want to see better prevention, diagnosis, and care, and fewer women dying prematurely from heart disease. Therefore, I, Elspeth McLean-Weil, Mayor, do hereby proclaim February 13th, 2025, Wear Red Day Canada in the municipality of the District of Lunenburg. We do allow and encourage public input at the beginning of our meetings, and we allow at each of our council meetings and our committee meetings 15 minutes for public input. This is just one of several opportunities for the public to engage with council. Residents are welcome to use this time in our meeting to share their thoughts with council on municipal topics that are important to them. I should say that there are, and there will be, many more opportunities over the next number of months to engage with council, and we had one of those sessions last week in our strategic planning priority open house at the Best Western, but there will be opportunities for the public to engage in budget discussion, and we have other plans that we'll be announcing over the next number of months of ways that we are going to reach out in very tangible ways to the broader community, not just in this room, but throughout the district. If you do want to participate this morning in public input, we ask that all statements be respectful of other members of the public, staff, and council. We ask that you provide your name and your civic address. If you have a question or concern that you would like to have addressed, then we ask that you also provide your email address so we can contact you regarding your question or comment. The chair, that would be me, will respond to questions that can be easily answered. And for those of you who don't know this, I'm new to the chair, so there may be many things I won't be able to answer. So it will be at my discretion to make that determination and determine whether we can actually speak to it at the meeting or whether we will respond to you at a later time. If your question or concern cannot be answered, we will handle it in the following. We'll email you with the answer, and it will also come up in a summary of answers and responses at a future council meeting under business arising from the minutes. And this way, it will be part of the public record, and it will also be known to people who follow us through our audio recordings or on our YouTube channel. Statements and questions related to personnel or operations can be emailed to the Chief Administrative Officer, Tom McEwen. There are 15 minutes allocated for public input today, which are shared between the speakers. So if there's anyone here who would like to make public input during the 15 minutes, is anyone wanting to do that, or are you here as part of other presentations or just interested people? Okay. There are other ways that you can provide us with input. You can either call your counselor, you can call me as the mayor, or you can contact our office and we'll help direct you to people who can answer those questions. So with that, I will move on to our agenda, and it's a full one today. We have the minutes from the special council meeting of January the 23rd. Are there any changes or omissions in those minutes? Councillor Smith.
I just want to point to something late in the minutes where it says staff was directed to focus on regional parks and develop criteria for long-term strategies and to consider the following parks in the budget process: Maliga Lake, Sherbrooke Lake, Oxnard Beach, and Pine Grove Park. This is a little bit, the way it's recorded in the minutes, it's a little ambiguous or misleading, because where we came to in that meeting was that we were not going to consider those areas in the short term. They were going to be part of our long-term planning, and that criteria would be used. The draft criteria that is going to come back to us is going to be used to form a plan for future projects, including those four. So I just wanted to be clear about that, because there might be some expectations that we're going to address all those four projects in this coming budget.
Thank
Is
you
that
for
clear
that.
enough?
Yep, thank you for that. I think it was just, when I read them, I identified that as well.
Just want to confirm with the table that that's the consensus, and then we can
Okay.
make that adjustment to the minutes.
Okay. I did ask I asked Councillor Smith, Councillor Burns, and Councillor Vino, because they were the ones that this particularly affected. But are there others that recognize this as a bit of misleading wording? It's not that we're not going to, Councillor Vino.
Yeah, I think Councillor Smith did well to express that conversation around the table and to clarify for the residents that those wouldn't be in this coming budget year, but will be part of this council term, and we will see that come forward within the year, just not this upcoming budget. And we would look at all those four things which will come before us.
General, I'm seeing heads nod, so I'll take that as a correction that we should make in the minutes. Councillor Smith.
I just want to emphasize too that that's draft criteria. My understanding was that the criteria is coming back to us, and we will get to have a chance to comment on what criteria we're using.
With those, are there any other corrections anyone wanted to address? With those clarifications and corrections, the minutes will stand approved as circulated. You need a motion to approve the agenda. I skipped ahead, missed that. Moved by Councillor Moore, seconded by Councillor Brooks. All those in favor signify with raising their hand. Those opposed, motion is carried unanimously. Thank you for the reminder. We will move down to our presentations and the Friends of Crescent Beach. Kirsten Ellis, please. Good morning and welcome. You may want to adjust the podium.
Okay.
There's a button on your right.
I saw her do it.
Ella will help you. and would just ask that you use the microphone, just,
Sure.
yeah, just so
This
that
is
we can
good?
have it in the recording.
Okay, great. And does the presentation come, is it just up for you guys on your screen? Okay, great. Not sure if I'm supposed to be
Just
seeing it.
before you start, I
Yeah.
want to mention to those that may be watching this live on YouTube that we are having some issues, not on this, we're okay? Okay. It's fixed. Great.
Thank you. Yes, hi, everybody. I'm Kirsten Ellis. I see a few familiar faces around the table, so that's really great. I am a board member of the Friends of Crescent Beach, a resident of Crescent Beach, and also a coastal restoration practitioner for my profession. And so this is very close to me on a lot of levels. Thank you for having us here. Thank you for so many members of the Friends of Crescent Beach for attending and allowing me to present. So the Friends of Crescent Beach is a small organization that was formalized in 1981 as a successor to the LaHave Island Communities Association. We have 10 active directors and a small annual budget, and our role primarily is to care and steward and advocate for Crescent Beach and the Green Bay area, and for both the health of the beach as well as the communities who use those natural areas. We have been thinking a lot, especially since Hurricane Lee impacted our area so much. We've been doing a lot of thinking about and damaged Crescent Beach quite significantly, as well as other areas along Green Bay, Rissers Park. And we've been thinking about why that happened, why it was so damaging in our area when it wasn't in others, and Dave Hughes, a member of our organization, put a lot of really great thought into the storm direction and the wave action at a community meeting where we talked about how all the factors really came together during that storm to have an impact on our area, more so than, say, Fiona, which didn't really impact us but impacted other areas. And we really wanted to think about, your gut reaction is, what can we do to fix this? And then also rolling into that, what do we need to know? What can we learn in order to make some good decisions moving forward? And a huge part of that is what is important about Crescent Beach to the community, and how, as a community organization, can we help to look for solutions that align with what the community values, as well as the health and ecological integrity of the shoreline in that area. A little bit of highlighting some elements of the history of Crescent Beach that are relevant. The beach has been breached a number of times throughout recorded history, and probably many times previous to that, which is a normal part of its cycle. And there's been other environmental impacts. There was a large fire that destroyed some of the dune grass, which created issues with sand movement. And then in 1951, the beach became the property of Nova Scotia Department of Highways, which is now Public Works, through a grant to the province. And after that, in 1956, a large storm breached the beach, and Department of Highways, as the landowner, filled that breach, paved the road, and turned what used to be a dirt sand track, which moved with the coastline there, and moved with the beach, and moved with the dunes in response to environmental storms and things like that. Put in the paved road, a static structure, and began armoring to protect that structure and to hold that sand tombolo in one fixed location. And that had been ongoing in some form or another since 1938. And that has continued to the present day. In 2024, right now, the condition of the beach, 25% of the beach has no dune whatsoever. And the 100% of the beach and the bay side of the road on the opposite side is armored. And then since Hurricane Lee, 10% of that armor rock is now sitting 5 to 10 feet shoreward on certain sections of the dune, so it's not right up against the dune toe anymore because Lee came in and took so much of the dune that we just now have armor rock just sitting there. And what we learned from all of that history is that it's a dynamic space. It's meant to move and be dynamic. And our efforts to hold it in one location worked until they didn't, on average about 17 years per intervention. And so perhaps now with our understanding of coastal processes and some newer technologies that are coming to the forefront around working with nature, natural infrastructure, maybe we can sort of take a new approach to the future of Crescent Beach. Just a little bit about the beach and how a lot of that will tie into how the beach functions. And so sandy systems, really their size, shape, and position on the coastline is an interaction between the water elements, tides, waves, and currents that move sand and sediment around in the system. The grain size of that sand, fine sand versus more of the cobble and gravel, move differently and create different shapes of coastal features. And then the sediment supply, so how much sand is available to move back onto the beach or create new dunes after dunes have been impacted. And then wind also interacts with that. So once the sand is moved up onto the beach and becomes dry, wind can interact with it and move it up onto, and that's actually the main force that's building a dune, is wind interacting with the sand and the vegetation to build new dune or repair dune that's been damaged. This is a little graphic showing how those processes work and the elements of a beach profile. With the intertidal area, that wet beach that's flooded on every tide, dry beach. Foredune is a more dynamic dune. It's closer to the wave action and it will get storm impacts. It's primarily grasses, marram grass and dune grass. And that's your primary protection, and then you have a rear dune in behind that, which is more stable. Typically, that's where you would get some shrubs and small stunted trees and things growing, which we do see some of that at Crescent Beach. There's really there is no foredune. The rock armoring is sort of acting as that right now at Crescent Beach. And what I'd like to kind of highlight is that all of these processes of beach and dune building, all those arrows are moving backwards. They're all moving inland, away from the water. And so the natural response of a beach to the position of the beach is essentially an equation that takes into a lot of different factors, including sea level rise, storm intensity, frequency, and its response as those variables change, as we know they are, is to move back. The output of that equation is the position of the beach moving backwards. We have roads, infrastructure, power poles, communication lines in that area. And we have barriers to that movement, which results in the coastal ecosystems getting squeezed out. And I think this personally is my biggest fear for Crescent Beach is that the armoring that's there and the status quo response to events, natural events that happen, is to place more armoring, protect it more heavily. And what I have seen in a professional capacity, where the armoring continues, the road and the infrastructure will over time probably get raised up, because anyone who's been there on a really high tide, even during a winter wind, the waves are coming up over that road from the back side, not even the higher energy beach side. So that road is low, and we're going to continue to armor, raise, and eventually what I believe we will see is a rock causeway with a road and an intertidal wet sand beach, but water right up to the rocks, which is what we almost see on a pretty regular basis now. There's not a huge amount of dry beach there. Certainly not compared to what was there even 20 years ago. So what we would like to look at as the Friends of Crescent Beach is to apply to the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund, which is which is administered by the Nova Scotia Environment and Climate Change, to undertake a study of Crescent Beach. We have been in contact with members of who we would like to be part of a project team. This happens to be the same team of experts and academics and engineers who developed the Mahone Bay Living Shoreline Project. And what we would like to have is a study done, a flood hazard assessment, a coastal hazards assessment, to look at what are the hazards now and into the future, probably the 2100 time frame, which most people are working with. And then from that information, as well as we would look at an adaptation screening, an adaptation options screening. So that is where they look at what options are available and sort of a pros and cons list for all of the different options that could be available. CBCL actually did this for Rissers Park, for Nova Scotia Parks, for Rissers post-Hurricane Lee, which actually could benefit this project if it moves forward in the efficiency of this project, because they already have the coastal models built for the Green Bay area from their work on Rissers Park. And so the focus through that adaptation options screening would be a focus on nature-based solutions, so a focus on options that work with natural processes to provide benefits for people and the environment, so that we don't lose our coastal ecosystems in the process of trying to protect our infrastructure. And last summer, so in the summer of 2024, we got cost estimates from all of those project members. It was about $250,000 to complete a study like that. The Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund requires 20% of the project funding, so that would be $50,000 to come from non-provincial sources. And we are asking if the council would consider matching funds up to $50,000. Certainly, once the approval of the application comes through, the actual amount that we get approved for would dictate what that 20% number actually is, but we would not be applying for more than $250,000, so that would be the maximum. And Also thinking about strategic priorities of the municipality, and, this is a very important area for the municipality. I think there's a lot of recreation, there's fishing wharves out on the islands. This connection to the islands is really important, both for people and ecologically. We have a wetland of special significance in the salt marsh on the backside. And so I would imagine that there are probably some opportunities to align with the goals of the municipality as far as maintaining the health and integrity of Crescent Beach. And with Nova Scotia Public Works being the primary landowner, we're looking for potentially some assistance or support in having that communication. So thank you. And this is our board and the email where you can reach us at, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate a science lesson first thing in the morning. It's very interesting.
Can't help
And
myself, sorry.
no, it wasn't a frivolous comment. I did appreciate understanding a bit more about it. And we will take some questions if people have questions. As you probably recognize, we don't make decisions on finances at this meeting, but it will go back to staff for review and come back to us. But now is the time when the councillors have a chance to ask questions, and I would just invite anyone that may want to. Councillor Brooks.
Have you had any initial conversations with the Department of Transportation regarding this?
I have had several phone and email interactions with them. I wouldn't say it's been productive. It's more so been just information, asking questions on their side. We haven't really been able to sit down and have a really good conversation.
My concern, I think, is because this is infrastructure and owned by the Department of Transportation, I see inherently the challenge in front of you. And when push comes to shove, the province is going to pull rank, as they do on us, and they're going to say, well, it's a road, it's not a park. And so I don't know, certainly being new to the job, I don't know how to navigate that, but it is one more thing where we locally, I think, need to try to find how to wrest some of that control from the province. But that's going to be the challenge, I think, is how do you road, park, that's going to be the challenge. So, thanks.
Yeah, and I think that's right, and I think that, at this stage, it is a hazard assessment. We would hope that this would lead to some on-the-ground actions, but I'm hopeful that a hazard assessment would meet some of the Department of Public Works' goals as well and be able to contribute to some of their long-term planning. And so I am hopeful that we could find some common ground and mutual benefit for everyone.
Councillor Smith.
Yeah, I just wonder if you could comment a little bit on, I think on one of your first slides, you talked a bit about aligning ecological considerations with community values. And can you just talk a bit about like what work's gone into that and what are you hearing from the community as far as values that surround Crescent Beach?
Yeah, I think it's probably nothing too surprising. We have had 2 public meetings about this, and really what we're hearing is that people love the recreational piece of the beach, being able to walk on it. There is quite a bit of value around being able to drive on the beach for people who don't have, who have mobility issues, who can't access other beaches in the area. So that's important, having vehicle access to the beach, having recreational ability to the beach, having there's quite a bit of written in with that land grant around gathering of resources, so things like seaweed. Certainly there's a lot of people doing clam digging, It's a big windsurfing area, so people really want to maintain all the current uses of the space, and also having reliable access to vehicle access across the road, and certainly the communications and the power infrastructure is important. Having reliable connectivity in that way is important. Right? Did I miss anything? Yeah.
Anything else? I just, Morgan, yeah, or Councillor Reinhardt.
Hi, thanks for presenting to us. And I'd also just like to thank the Friends of Crescent Beach in general, because I know that the organization has done so much for stewarding the beach and being an advocate for the beach, and even dealing with garbage on the beach. It's a really important service that's being done. And I know I've seen personally the numbers of people enjoying Crescent Beach in the last 4 or 5 years has really exploded. So definitely see the value there. I just wondered, you mentioned the possibility of aligning with strategic priorities. And one of our draft strategic priorities is economic development. And in one of your other slides that wasn't here, you talked about the dependence of the economy on nature. So I just wondered if you could speak to that anymore.
Yeah. From a strictly coastal, I'll stick to coastal because that's my experience. So a healthy coastal environment, I mean, we are so closely interlinked as far as the lobster industry, shellfish industries in this area, fishing in general. So things like, if we think about the backside of Crescent Beach and that salt marsh wetland of special significance, the reason why tidal salt marshes are part of the reason they're designated provincially as wetlands of special significance is because they offer refuge and breeding habitat as well as feeding habitat for many, many species, including many commercially harvested important species. And so if we lose that salt marsh to coastal squeeze, because as the sea level rises, it's going to get squeezed out against that rock barrier, you lose that nursery habitat for your commercially important fish species. And they have seen this in other areas in the United States, and that was where nature-based solutions really got its first foothold, and the reason why it was developed was because they were seeing losses in their commercial fishing stocks and their recreational fisheries. Now, Nova Scotia is pretty lucky with our coastline at the moment, but I think that it's important to preserve everything that we can and not lose more. So that's one example of how the coastline is linked to the economy, and certainly that link to the fishing wharf on Bush Island, and that is very important economically too. Yeah.
Councillor Brooks.
Just because there was a cabinet shuffle and I know there's a new minister of the Department of Transportation, have you reached out to them or considered reaching out to them with this project?
I haven't. We've really been reaching out to the regional, which has also been shifting around a lot, the regional director. Finally, I think they have someone who's going to be in place for a bit of time now, but no, we haven't reached out to the minister.
And if I can just ask one other quick question, is there an example of something similar to Crescent Beach that would be like the gold standard of how to deal with this problem, where you can say they did it right here and this has worked for a, more than a 20-year period of time? Is there something you can point to?
On a sand tombolo, I'd have to look into it a little more. Certainly, there are lots of examples of different techniques that have been used in other areas, everything from beach nourishment to offshore structures to break up wave energy. PEI is using a lot of these right now in the region. So there are examples from the Northeast states and from a little bit in PEI. And there's one project in New Brunswick that has some similarities. Really, I think that having that scoping analysis done by the engineering firm to say these are the options that could be available, and then looking more closely at the options that they feel are viable, and then looking to examples. But yes, certainly in the US, they've been doing nature-based solutions for sandy systems for about 30 years, with varying levels of success depending on the system itself, the way it was designed, the way it was implemented. A lot of learning has happened over that time too, and so that field has really advanced. The National Standards Council of Canada is about to publish some workshop results around, they're starting to try to develop some standards around some of these nature-based natural infrastructure principles. So there is starting to be some really solid vetted guidance around it as well.
I want to thank you very much for, oh, sorry, Councillor Reinhardt.
A quick one about the funding. The 50,000 that has to come from non-provincial sources. Is there any plan to fundraise for any part of that? And if not, would you consider that?
Yes, we haven't talked about it in any more depth than a brainstorm of all of the potential sources. Certainly, Friends of Crescent Beach has a small amount of money that, and also in kind, that we had discussed contributing. Yes, community-based fundraising, as well as there are other small private federal funds that we could look at applying for as well. We have been waiting for the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund intake of applications to open since last summer. It was scheduled to open in the fall of 2024, and it still has not opened yet. I'm not sure if that's something related with the provincial election, that things are slowed down on their end. So we're kind of still waiting to see for that to open, and then to apply and see what they actually will give to the project if it is successful, and then sort of look at how we can obtain all the different pieces of funding to come together.
Thank you very much. I do want to thank the Friends of Crescent Beach. I think Councillor Reinhardt has already done that, but on behalf of Council, for the dedication in cleaning the beach on a regular basis and taking care of it, but also in bringing forward the bigger issues about how we protect the shoreline, and particularly that area. So we'll consider this as we go forward in our discussions, but thank you for your time this morning and your early morning science lesson.
Thank you.
We are going to move on and skip down on our agenda to 10.3, dangerous and unsightly premises. This is because our building inspector needs to get off to do some other work and will be with us this morning. So if we could move to that, 10.3.1. It's coming.
Yeah. In case they have questions. So this matter is a recommendation from the Dangerous Unsightly that the committee recommend to council the lowest bid from Nicole's be accepted for the cleanup of property 447 Llewellyn Road in Middlewood in the value of $7,509.50. Yeah, do you want to give a quick overview of where we're at?
Yeah, Jeff, Counselor, Mr. Merrill, you'll have to speak up a little louder. Some of our counselors are having trouble hearing you, so.
Yeah, sorry. This is a recommendation from the Dangerous Unsightly Property Committee. This is to take action to clean up 447 Llewellyn Road in Middlewood. And it's $7,509.50 is that award. And Amanda can give a little bit of background on this file.
So we initially received a complaint on February 7th of 2024. An inspection was carried out on February 13th, at which time it was just determined that the property did in fact meet the requirements to be deemed unsightly. A letter dated March 5th was sent to the property owners advising of the unsightly condition and that remedy was required. On May 9th, we did a follow-up inspection, which found no change. As a result of this inspection, an order was issued on June 19th, which provided the owner with 30 days to clean up the property. That order read, "It is hereby ordered that you are to, within 30 days of the service of this order, remedy the unsightly condition of the property, namely, action, the garbage, refuse, construction debris, 3 derelict vehicles, RV, play structure, and old tires must be cleaned up and removed from the property." We met with the Dangerous and Unsightly Committee in October, and at that time it was determined that we would give them an extension. We then followed up in November 21st. The property showed no improvement, and due to holidays and such, we met again on January 21st. At that time, the committee decided to recommend to council that we go ahead with the cleanup order.
Okay. Could we have someone put the motion on the floor regarding this particular property, and then we can have any discussion or questions? Counselor Burns, will you propose that motion?
To Mayor McLean-Weil and members of council, I move that municipal council accept the recommendation of the Dangerous and Unsightly Committee and approve the lowest bid from Nichols Group for the cleanup of the property located at 447 Llewellyn Road, Middlewood, bid 603-02270 in the amount of $7,509.50, including HST.
We have a seconder for the motion, seconded by Counselor Moore. Okay, the floor is open for questions or discussion, and I would remind councillors to direct the questions through the chair, as we were reminded of at our last meeting, just so that we can keep ourselves in line here and do the proper things as we go through the questions and discussion. Any questions? Counselor Smith.
I have questions about the general process around these properties, and I think there's been it's been brought up before that we need to take a look at the policies and see how they're working. But from my perspective, I am concerned about what goes into a consideration of the timeline that we put on these properties, what kind of hardship we're imposing on people, and I guess maybe it's not even a question, just a comment that it's not clear to me that are fair. They're by complaint, and I'd like to look at them more
Okay.
in depth.
So your concern, Counselor Smith, is around the policy itself. The motion we have on the floor doesn't really deal with that. It deals with a specific property, but our deputy CAO will speak to that because I think that policy will come forward to have a review, so.
Yeah, the committee did ask for the policy to be reviewed. Staff diligently brought that forward, and I pulled it off of the agenda. Not because I don't want it discussed, simply because we are having some agenda management issues. There's a lot of business going on. And so our clerk has been working to try and streamline financial items towards the Finance Committee and policy and strategy, or policy items towards policy and strategy. And so that recommendation is going to a Policy and Strategy Committee meeting, but as you can see, the length of our agenda is quite large today. We didn't think we could accommodate a full policy discussion on dangerous and unsightly here, and so it will appear on a future Policy and Strategy Committee meeting.
Counselor Vino.
Thank you. We had some discussion on this at the Dangerous and Unsightly Committee, and one thing that I brought up is that it's easier to vote to tear down a damaged building or a building that is dangerous with no one living in it. This is a property that has people there, and I was wondering if you could speak to the process of a company going in to clean this up, knowing that there's homeowners on the property, and how this is done so that those not on the committee understand it a little bit better.
Yeah, I can take that question. Once we, I should start to say that, our intent is to work with the property owners when complaints are made, and ideally that the property owners remedy the issues themselves. However, sometimes that's not always possible, or that they're, when the property owners don't work with us to remedy that, we take further action. So at this point, we're at a stage where we're getting, we have quotes to clean up the property. What would happen, we would issue, if council awards this, we would issue that to the contractor. Staff would, so we would send a notice to the property owner, letting them know, giving them an update. We'd also go out on site to do a hazard risk assessment with the contractor. And once that is done, the contractor would be able to clean the property up whenever their schedule permitted.
Other questions, Counselor Reinhardt?
What has been the response from the residents? Like, have there been reasons given for why they can't clean it up?
There's been no response from the residents. They haven't responded to my attempts to reach them via letter from the posting on the property, as well as answering the door when I've knocked on it, which I've tried repeatedly.
Counselor Brooks.
Just because I'm not familiar with the process, so when we do this with a constituent and they don't respond, and then we go through this process and we get a bid to do that, is there then, pardon me, any financial penalty on the people who are not communicating with us or anything, or do we just now pick up the tab for cleanup? I'm a little unsure about how that works.
Counselor, or Mr. Merrill?
Yeah, so the way it works is, so if the contractor cleans the site, the municipality will get an invoice. When we will pay that invoice, but when we pay it, an invoice gets generated to the property owner. So that invoice will go to the property owner, and they'll have 30 days to pay that. If it goes unpaid after 30 days, it becomes a lien on the property. So the municipality would recover that funds, if not in 30 days, at some point along the way. It's the same as outstanding taxes. So if it goes unpaid after a certain time, that it could trigger a tax sale.
And I presume they're communicated with this all through the way that there will be a pending lien, like all of that information comes early on to them?
Yeah, we, like, right from the first letter, like, we send the information out to them. But unfortunately, in this case, they haven't been responsive or have contacted staff along the way, but they still have, so letters get mailed out, both regular and registered mail, as well as posted on the property, so the material is there. But staff unfortunately haven't been able to speak with them.
Councillor Burns and then Councillor Smith. No, you're good? Councillor Smith, further? No. Any further questions? All those in favor of the motion as presented on property at PID 60300227 for the cleanup of the property in the amount of $7,509.50, please indicate by raising your hand. Those opposed? Motion is carried with 2 in opposition, Councillor Smith and Councillor Reinhardt. We will move back. I think our presenters are here. Should we move to that? Let us move then to Region 6 budget approval, which is 10.1.1. We'll do that, then we'll take a quick break and allow our presenters to get set up, and we'll start with that. So the Region 6 budget approval, who's doing that?
I can give a quick summary. As you heard at your Finance Committee meeting, Region 6 is one of a set of regional groups established by the province to work through recycling and waste management work. They receive credits for recycling, and so we have a relatively complex budget for a small regional group. They get those credits for recycling, and then we also pay into them. They were here to present on that. If members of the public are interested, the full presentation and the audio recording are available at the finance meeting for February, which was held last Tuesday.
The motion for this is 10.1.1, so if we could have that, Councillor Moore, moved by Councillor Moore. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Oh, sorry. Maybe you could read it.
Okay.
Councillor Moore. Sorry.
That's okay. The reason I put my hand up, because Councillor DeLong is, through you, Councillor DeLong is the chair of Region 6, and I am the alternate, so. To Mayor McLean-Wall and members of council, I move that municipal council accept the recommendation of the Finance Committee and approve the Region 6 2025-26 budget as presented, with the municipality's share of the budget being $35,940.35, and I so move.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Burns. Is there discussion on the motion? We did have that presentation at our Finance Committee, and all those in favor of accepting the motion and the budget for Region 6 indicate by raising their hand. Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. And I should just say, for those that are listening or watching, the details of a number of our items that come from Finance Committee, if you want to see the detailed discussion or listen to the detailed discussion, go to our Finance Committee meeting of February the 4th to hear the more in-depth conversation that may have resulted. And if you wonder why we're not having big, deep discussions, we already had it last week, and we're bringing it forward to our council meeting today. We will move to, what's another quick one we could do? Let's do the private road maintenance levy, which is 10.1.3. Ms. Wenzel, are you doing this? No? Ms. Schaefer?
Morning, Mayor, members of council. The request for the collection of private road maintenance fees, I just wanted to bring a clarification of my report to council. I had mistakenly included Virginia Lane as one of the roads being included in the charge area. Communication with the association, it was not intended to be, and it was not part of their application, so that was my oversight. So just wanting to make sure that everyone was aware, the agreement, once it is drafted and signed by the association and the municipality, will be for the private portion of Homestead Estates Drive only. And that's what those fees are being collected and maintained, and all residents in the association agree with that. That was their recommendation, and there's no change to the budgeted amount or anything else in my report. So just wanted to clarify that for everyone.
Would someone be prepared to put the motion on the floor? Councillor Vino.
To Mayor McLean Weil and members of council, I move that municipal council accept the recommendation of the Finance Committee and levy a maintenance charge within the charge area identified by the Homestead Estates Private Road Owners Association as follows. A uniform amount per lot, with the 2025-2026 charge being set at $3,500 per lot, all subject to an agreement being entered into between the municipality and the Homestead Estates Private Road Owners Association that satisfies the requirements of Section 9 of the Private Roads Bylaw, and I so move.
Do we have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Smith. Is there discussion on this motion or any questions that need clarification? I don't see anyone. All those in favor signify by raising, oh, sorry, Councillor Reinhardt.
I might be misremembering, but I thought from our discussion before it was $350 per lot.
Thank you for that. Oh, gosh. I'm sure the homeowners are going, oh dear. Thank you. Good catch. All right.
That's my apologies. I review motions on Friday afternoon, and apparently I wasn't fully awake to see the extra zero. That's my fault.
Okay.
Good job catching that, Councillor Reinhardt.
We'll make sure that that's changed in the motion, and it will be recorded as $350 per lot. Is there further question or discussion? All those in favor signify by raising their hand. Contrary-minded? Motion is carried. Thank you. Let's take a 5-minute break and come back. Could we resume our meeting, please? And everyone find their place, and we'll invite representatives from the Property Valuation Services Corporation to present to us this morning, and I will leave it to you to introduce yourselves as you present. So we'll look forward to what you have to explain to us. Thank you.
Good morning. I think my mic's on. Great. So on behalf of PVSC, I'd just like to say thanks very much for having us and taking the time today, especially to Mayor McLean-Weil and CAO Mr. Tom McEwen. Thanks very much for taking the opportunity today, and I'd like to say hello to new members of council and returning members as well. I've done a couple of these presentations in the past. I'm Rod Tremblay. I'm Director of Residential Appeals and Special Projects with PVSC, and I happen to also be a resident of Modal, so happy to be here to talk a little bit about the assessment role today. So I'm going to deliver about the first half of this presentation, and I'll let my colleague Dion Regular introduce himself and carry through the numbers towards the end of the presentation. So we have some time earmarked for questions as well. I'd like to ask at this point, do we have, is there's sort of a certain amount of time you'd like us to take to deliver this?
I hesitate to say
Chip,
that.
that's okay.
Yeah, I hesitate to say that. I think it is important, but
Absolutely.
we do have a long agenda, so.
No problem, and I'm certainly conscious of that. So.
And it sometimes is more useful when we get to the question stage, because that really focuses in on the things that really are on top of mind for people. But
Absolutely.
with respect, we will hear your
And
presentation.
certainly happy
Yes.
to deliver this presentation in a timely manner and allow some time for questions from councillors as well. So thanks very much. So just a little bit around sort of in general Nova Scotia's property assessment and taxation system. So the Nova Scotia government establishes assessment and taxation legislation and regulations. That's the Assessment Act. PVSC assesses the value of properties and shares it with municipalities and property owners via the assessment notice and the assessment roll. So municipalities determine their budget requirements, set municipal tax rates, and collect property taxes to pay for municipal services. So that's the process that the mayor and council and CAO are all involved in, as you know. Property owners pay their property taxes, of course, and we often engage with property owners as well to talk about assessments. A little bit about PVSC specifically. So we were created under the Property Valuation Services Corporation Act of 2007. We're responsible for assessing all real property in Nova Scotia as per the Nova Scotia Assessment Act. So that's all 650,000 or approximately properties, parcels of land. So everything from vacant land, farm and forest land, commercial property, industrial property, and of course residential property. We are municipally funded. We're a not-for-profit corporation, and we're governed by a board of directors which has 10 members. The composure of the board of directors is specified by the PVSC Act and includes 3 independent directors, so members of the private sector who are voting members. There's 10 voting members on the board and 1 non-voting member. That's the CEO of the NSFM, Juanita Spencer. We have approximately 130 employees across 62 communities around Nova Scotia. We are a remote-first organization, so we have employees living and working in almost all of our Nova Scotia municipalities. So what we do and what we don't do. So beginning with what we do, we deliver an assessment roll annually to all 49 Nova Scotia municipal units in accordance with the Assessment Act. We deliver 650,000 assessment notices to Nova Scotia property owners each January, and we also administer the capped assessment program, which I have a separate slide on in case there's any questions, and the seasonal tourist business designation program on behalf of the Nova Scotia government. Some of the things PVSC does not have the authority to do are set tax rates, collect taxes, create tax policy, provide tax relief, or determine land ownership. So the first 4 of these bullets are municipal purview as an act of council, and the last one belongs to the Nova Scotia Registry of Deeds. Typically, the Nova Scotia Registry of Deeds provides PVSC with geographic location, property boundaries, and registered ownership of property to allow us to make an accurate assessment of that parcel. So the Nova Scotia Assessment Act requires that we assess property at its market value, and that's determined in the Act as being the amount in which the opinion of the assessor would be paid if sold on a date prescribed by the director in an open market by a willing seller to a willing buyer, and the assessment shown on the roll shall be the assessment that reflects the state of the property as existed on the first day of December. So the sort of practical way I always think of this is it's 1 year and 1 month. So when we assess a property for this year's assessment roll, we're looking at what was physically located on that property at December 1st of 2024, 1 month prior to us mailing those notices, based on market information from 1 year ago. So we're 1 year retrospective. I'll talk a little bit more about why that is in the upcoming slides, but I always think of it as sort of 1 year and 1 month. So if you have a house sitting on a lot at December 1st, we're going to determine based on market sales from the previous year what we feel that property would sell for based on the information that we have, and that's going to be the number that generates your assessed value. Your capped value comes from a different place, and I'll talk about that on the cap slide. We use mass appraisal to determine the value of all real property in Nova Scotia. So mass appraisal is the process of valuing a group of properties as of a given date using common data, standardized methods, and statistical testing. Property assessments are based on market evidence, so that's sales transactions. PVSC measures market value, assessment accuracy, uniformity, and fairness against the provisions outlined in the Assessment Act and internationally accepted standards of the International Association of Assessing Officers, that's the IAAO. So there's three appraisal approaches to determining value, and PVSC uses all three internationally accepted valuation methods depending on the type of property. So the sales comparison approach is an analysis of comparable properties to determine value and adjust for local market conditions. The vast majority of our residential assessment roll, which in the municipality of Lunenburg, as well as the province of Nova Scotia, is the majority of the assessment roll, is valued using the sales comparison approach. So we're using market sales of properties that have sold within that base date year, 1 year prior to the date the assessments are mailed, to determine the value of property. So we're using sales of property to determine the value of unsold property. That's the sort of sales comparison approach. We would also use it for many types of vacant land as well. So we're using sales of acreage property, sales of vacant lots to determine what we feel that property would sell for as of a given date. The income approach allows us to determine the income a property can earn after expenses and convert that net income to market value. This is typically used for multifamily residential and also income-bearing retail property, so something like a retail strip mall, or your properties over here in the Power Center would be a great example, or something like a hotel like the Best Western across the road here. These are valued using the income approach, and we ask owners annually to provide us with income information for their property to help us to most accurately value it. The final approach, if the two previous approaches are not appropriate or applicable to the property, is the cost approach. This allows us to calculate land value using the direct sales comparison approach and then add the current cost to replace the building's less depreciation. So this is often used for purpose-built property, so something like a Michelin plant, for instance, or a gas station, or a pulp mill, power plant, things like this are typically valued on cost to allow us to most accurately value those special use properties. A little bit on some of our mass appraisal data sources. So these are just a sample or some of the sources that we use to determine the value of real property within the mass appraisal system in the province of Nova Scotia. So we have discussions with property owners throughout the year. We often will contact property owners if there's a trigger, so something like a sale. If we have questions about that sale and the details that surrounded that sale price or that sale and we need more information, we would reach out to property owners. We engage with property owners throughout the year when they call us to contact us requesting information about their assessment and how it was calculated. We also talk to property owners throughout the appeal process. We receive all of our ownership, geographic information, and boundary information from the Nova Scotia Land Registry, so we work very closely with the province in that regard. We complete sales reviews and review real estate websites such as Viewpoint to determine the condition of property at the time of sale. So especially in residential assessment work, we often use a realtor's listing cut to determine what was sold and make sure that the assessment of that property was accurate at the time of the sale. We receive municipal building permits from, of course, Modal, as well as all of the other 48 municipalities to tell us that something's changing on the property. So we had about 18,000 building permits province-wide last year, and about 12,000 of those resulted in an inspection. And those municipal building permits often trigger an inspection of a property to determine if there's a physical change that needs to be assessed for that December 1st state date, 1 month prior to the assessment notices being mailed. As I mentioned, we collect income and expense information from property owners of income-bearing properties, so this would be like your strip malls, your multifamily property, et cetera. We also collect typical cost data from a costing service that's adjusted for the province of Nova Scotia provided to us. We also use aerial overflight imagery. There's a shot there in the sort of middle photo of what that looks like. So we fly throughout the province of Nova Scotia every couple of years to collect new imagery, and we've been collecting that imagery since 2011. And what's really interesting, as we move through time, it allows us to see changes in property over time. So we use that aerial photography when we have a trigger. So if we have a sale or we have an inquiry on a property, the imagery is then used at that time to help us determine what was on that property as of a given date and determine if an inspection is necessary. So we don't use the aerial photography to replace on-the-ground inspection work, but rather to augment it or assist us in determining if an inspection is necessary. And we also conduct field inspections, as I mentioned, about 12,000 last year in the province. Both the most common reason for a field inspection is a building permit, so we understand something's changing on a property, typically new construction, but it could also be a demolition or a natural disaster such as a wildfire that would trigger us to visit a property and understand what's changed there, adjust the assessment either up or down, depending on the data and what's changed on that property. A couple of common questions about our sales process. So one we get very frequently is, are all sales considered in your analysis? So not every sale is included in our market analysis, and the reason for that is just because a property has transacted or a lawyer has filed a transfer affidavit on behalf of a property owner, it doesn't necessarily mean that that sale represents market value and should be used in our reassessment activity. So a really common example is a marital separation whereby one partner buys out the other 50% of that property, and so you'd often see a value on the sale transaction, which we received from the Nova Scotia Registry of Deeds, that indicates a number that is not consistent with what properties are selling for in the area and not consistent with market. It's basically 50% of perhaps what a private appraisal had determined, and wouldn't be used by us to determine the value of that property because it doesn't represent the entire property interest. Estate transactions are also very common, so many estate transactions, there's no money changing hands at all. It's what we call a $0 sale, but there are often situations whereby a child will purchase a property from a parent for a price that doesn't reflect market but may reflect another number, and we review sales to determine whether those sales represent market value or not based on what we understand to be the trend in the area. Another example is municipal tax proceedings. So anything from a tax sale, the amount that something is transacted for on a tax sale represents a different type of motivation than what we would call typical. Same with a bank foreclosure, for instance. So we would review those sales and determine, in the vast majority of cases, that they don't represent market. We're looking at market transactions, but we review a range. So we're not reviewing only the highest market transactions, but all of them. So properties that were in poor condition or perhaps everyone is motivated to sell, but we're always looking to determine, was that typical motivation or was it sort of there are extra circumstances there that would make us unqualify that sale or removed from the analysis. So sale investigations are very important within Mass Appraisal to ensure that sales used in our analysis are between a willing buyer and a willing seller in the open market. Another question that we get very frequently, when a house sells, does that price become its assessed value? So Mass Appraisal involves the analysis of many sales to determine the value of property. Not every house in the province sells every year, so we're using sales of real property to estimate what we feel an unsold property would sell for. So we don't have a sale price for every home, so we wouldn't be able to make that sale price the assessed value because the vast majority of the file is unsold and has not sold or transacted. So we use the information we have on that property to understand how that property compares to properties which have sold. So if our property sale is a brand new home and the property that needs to be valued is an older home, then we're going to adjust for that or look for different sales, use sales that are more comparable to that property. So that's not every, and the other thing that's important with this question, I think, is that one of the things that happens when we review a market transaction or a transaction that's provided to us in residential property is we look at the data, as I mentioned, and confirm that what transacted was what we have assessed. So if there's significant differences in the data due to improvements that have been made to that property over time that PVSC was not aware of for some reason, then we correct that data at that time. And there's also a cap change that is often triggered by a transaction. And I'll talk a bit more about that on the cap slide. Just two more of these sort of common questions here. How are market areas determined? So we analyze how the market transacts in different areas so we can determine homogeneous market areas. The size of that market area really depends on what we see for transactions in that area and the sort of commonality of development. So in an area like Peninsula Halifax, we have a number of very small market areas because we're able to determine that there's significant differences between those market areas. In a rural area like Lunenburg County, for instance, we would often use a larger market area to be able to get a sufficient volume of sales, and because the sales in different areas are telling us that the market is very, very similar in similar areas in terms of the value of vacant land and the value of real property. That sort of leads into the next question: what happens if you don't have enough sales in a market area? So we hear this from property owners a lot, that there's been no sales in my immediate area, so how do you determine the value? And the answer is two ways. We either look to a wider area that's understood to be similar to the subject area to be able to get a sufficient volume of sales, or we look back in time and then bring those sales forward with using a time adjustment or a time trending process to understand how those sales would have sold in the present market. So if we use a sale that's 1 year older, we'd look at what do we understand the market change to be year over year and bring that sale up to the base date. And that leads into a little bit on roll quality standards. So PVSC uses advanced statistical analysis to conduct an in-depth examination of market trends and indicators for every assessment roll. And assessments are tested for accuracy and uniformity to ensure compliance with the Assessment Act, industry standards, and the IAAO. Our quality measurements, we use mass appraisal statistics to determine the level of assessment, fairness of assessment, so how properties are being valued across the spectrum, so everything from lower-end residential properties to executive residential properties or different classes of commercial property. We're measuring the entire assessment roll to determine that we're accurately assessing all property in relation to market and consistent with the Assessment Act. And we look for equity between groupings as well, so that's different classes or different types of property. Getting back to that sales comparison, cost and income approach, we're looking at all properties valued on each of those approaches and determining that we're being as fair as possible within the Assessment Act. This is my favorite slide, the CAPT Assessment Program. So the CAPT Assessment Program is administered by PVSC on behalf of the Nova Scotia government, Section 45A. The program places a cap on the amount of taxable assessment for eligible residential property owners and sets the amount it can increase year over year based on the Nova Scotia Consumer Price Index. So the sort of key number here in the orange circle is the CPI provided to us by the province of Nova Scotia for this year's assessments is 1.5%. So every capped assessment in the province of Nova Scotia, if there's been no change to eligibility and there's been no physical change on that property requiring us to adjust the cap for a physical change, so the simple example is construction of a detached garage or an addition or new construction on a vacant piece of land that was already eligible, all of the capped assessments have been increased by 1.5%. Dion explained a little bit around how that affects your taxable residential assessment roll in this municipality as well, because it sort of brings down a little bit the amount of taxable dollars available to a municipality, because we apply a market increase, but the vast majority of the residential assessment roll is only increasing by 1.5% because of the capped assessment program. We've included a sample assessment notice here. This is a 2024, but the 2025 looks very similar. The first line is your classification. We've kept it simple in this case and left it at one classification, but there are cap-eligible properties that could have a commercial portion applied to them, or an exempt portion, exempt typically under our farm and forest program as well, or it could have an improved resource portion, which is not eligible for cap. So the cap portion that is eligible is separated out on the assessment notice for property owners and for municipalities for billing purposes as well. The first line is your assessed value. So in this hypothetical example, assessed value is 192,600. So that's the value that we understand based on what's physically located on this property at December 1st of 2024, based on the market at January 1st of 2024, 1 year prior to that. That's what we feel this property could sell for in the open market. The capped assessment is a lower number, 153,000. We don't have enough information here to know what that's based on, but it would be the previous year's cap plus 1.5%. So every property has a cap base year, so a year in which the property became eligible for cap. If it's a property that was purchased 2 years ago, it's last year. If you've been in the cap program since 2007, you could have a very different cap because you've had that capped assessment for many years, and many folks in the room would be familiar with that on their own notices. So in this case, the capped assessment is the lower of the two numbers, 153,000. That then becomes the taxable assessed value of 153,000. That's the taxable assessment available to the municipality to apply the tax rate to. I'm going to pass it over to the capable hands of Mr. Dion Regular, and I'll let you introduce yourself, Dion. Thanks.
Thanks, Rod. Honorable Council, Honorable Mayor, thanks for having me today. First time down here in your council chambers. Appreciate it. Yeah, just speaking about the cap that Rod was talking about, for your constituents, all of the eligibility criteria for the cap program is listed on pvse.ca, if you're wondering about that. So I'm going to talk about the 2025 assessment roll for your municipality. And the 2025 assessment roll reflects a property's market value as of January the 1st, 2024, based on market evidence from 2023. So PVSC, as Rod was talking about, catalogs all market sales of properties, and we examine those sales, and then the evaluator, the valuation specialist, whether residential or commercial, will apply what they feel for the market value moving into 2025, right? And the assessment also considers a property's physical state, as Rod was talking about, throughout the year, including new construction, renovations, and demolitions. And as I can see down here in Osprey Village, you've had some new construction down here, which is wonderful. And these are some sidebar notes after the pandemic, what the market was doing when we exited the pandemic in terms of, materials availability, labor shortages in terms of housing crunches, and, office vacancies are up in terms of, in terms of everybody working from home, and the space being re-examined for companies that, occupy offices downtown. I'm sorry, I don't think I really introduced myself. I've been with PVSC since 2006. Actually, when it was Surface Nova Scotia Municipal Relations, I started out in the residential sector, and in the last decade, I've primarily been involved with commercial property valuation portfolio, right? So, and now I've since stepped in as assistant director with the company. So I apologize for that. I went right into it there, into the numbers. I figured you were excited about the numbers. So, yeah, moving on here. Yeah, and home prices climb as listing strengthen. We've seen that happen across the province. In every municipality, the price of homes have accelerated in terms of the availability of homes, right? So, there we go. So for the district here, the 2025 assessment roll is equates to about $5.9 billion. The residential property assessments, they will total up to about $5.6 billion. And that equates to about 29,952 residential accounts here. And the residential cap assessed value with cap equates to $4 billion. So you can see the discrepancy between the total value without cap, which is the market value, and the capped assessed value, right? And the total number of residential accounts with cap are 19,445. So as you can see, there are about 10,000 residential accounts there which do not meet the eligibility criteria for the cap program. And the commercial property assessments, they total to $52 million here. And that equates to 1,089 accounts here in your district, which I see has been growing from the Osprey Village here, which is wonderful to see. So it totals 991 permits through the year of 2024. 912 property transactions were examined by PVSC, as well as 482 appeals, both residential and commercial, were examined and reviewed through the 2024 year. So the appeal process, which is very important to your constituents, And as property owners, each one will receive, and if you own a number of properties, you will receive an assessment notice for each property, and it'll indicate an estimate of assessed market value for that property as of the specified base date. So for instance, the assessment notices that everybody received recently, they will be based on a market value estimate as of January the 1st, 2024, and any of the appropriate changes that were captured by PVSC throughout that year. Should a property owner disagree with their assessed value, they can file an assessment appeal. The 2025 assessment appeals must be received by Thursday of this week, February the 13th, and instructions on how to file an appeal are included in the assessment notice, detailed instructions, and everything else can be found on pvsc.ca as well. There are 3 levels to the appeal process for property owners. First is the initial filing of the appeal, where the assessor, once they are all collected and gathered and distributed to the assessors, they will examine the assessment, the basis for the appeal, and then review it and determine whether or not is an adjustment warranted to the assessment account, meaning amended, or do they feel that the value is fair, reasonable estimate of market value, and thus the value will be confirmed, which at that time, if the property owner continues to remain dissatisfied with the appeal outcome, they may continue the appeal further to the second level of appeal, which is the Nova Scotia Assessment Appeal Tribunal. It's a fairly informal process. It's basically there's an arbitrator appointed by the province who will sit down at a boardroom and listen to both sides of the discussion between the assessor and the property owner. And the third and final level of appeal, which is the highest level of appeal, is the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board, which is quite a formal process. When then the legal counsel will be involved and so forth. And that's basically the conclusion of the presentation. Currently, I will just remind everybody to, if you have any questions from your constituents, that PVSC right now is available until the end of this week, and generally with a lot of assessors available between Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 4:30. If any of your constituents had questions about their property assessment notice or their property details in general, I would encourage everybody to call into PVSC and have just an open dialogue with your local assessor about their property.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I think as many of us who campaigned in the last few months know, tax rates and property assessment was a topic for discussion. And there is certainly, I think, some misunderstanding about how it all works. And I'm not sure how good we are at explaining it either as elected officials. So I appreciate the detail you've presented today, and it is in our recording, so we can send our residents to that to see, as well as contacting your office directly. One of the things, just before I open it up for questions, that I had a conversation with someone who was concerned about their assessment level, and I asked them, did you appeal it? And they said, no, they were afraid to. And I took that, I said, well, it's a really relatively easy experience. I said, I've done it myself and had a very good discussion with it in it. But I think that there's some fear that by triggering a question or an assessment that it might end up being higher than what they are thinking about. So I just pass that on as something that you probably have heard before, but I was a bit shocked because my own experience was a good one in terms of the dialogue I had with the assessor and developing an understanding of what my issue was. And so I'm not sure if that resident actually is going to appeal this year, but I encouraged them to do that, to at least, if nothing else, it does explain the process, and it does help them in their understanding of what the issues are around what the assessment looks like and how it is impacted. So I think there's probably a lot of misunderstanding about how all this works. So I just pass that on as something that I've heard. So with that, are there questions from people regarding Councillor Vino?
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I have a question regarding the CAP program that I actually received from a resident who's about to purchase their first home and wondering if they will be eligible for the CAP program, if that's something that they can apply for, and what makes someone ineligible for that program.
Thank you, Councillor Vino. And this is a great question. So short answer around property transacting. So there's a couple of unknowns here around the specific account, but like presuming that the existing account or the property being acquired is currently capped, that cap, unless there's a direct family relationship between the purchasers and the sellers, that cap would disappear at the time of that transaction. Cap eligibility is automatic. We determine it on behalf of property owners. So in the year following the acquisition of the property, so if the property was purchased today, there very likely would be a cap for this existing assessment year because it's assessed in the name of the previous owner if it transacts today. So that property owner would potentially pay taxes on that capped amount for that year. Our assessment will reflect today's transaction next year when we mail the notices for 2026 in January. In that assessment roll year, that property owner would not be eligible for cap, or another way to think of it is it's the cap base year, it's the beginning. So there has to be something to base a cap on, or a sort of starting point of the assessment. So it's really not so much that the property isn't eligible, but rather that the cap equals assessed value in the first year. So we're still determining eligibility, but there's no advantage to the cap because the base year equals the current year. So we would look at that assessment. We typically review, as I mentioned earlier, we would review that sale prior to the closing of the assessment roll and determine if there's any data changes that need to occur as a result of our sales review. And then that assessment for next year would be what would be capped in the future if that property owner is eligible. And your second question, I think, was around eligibility specifically. So I'd encourage anyone here today and members of the public, property owners, there's a great wealth of information around CAP on our website. It's fairly straightforward, CAP, in terms of eligibility, but just very quickly, you have to be a resident of Nova Scotia. The property has to be owned by an individual. So what that means is you can't put it in a company name. Even if you own the company, you're not an individual as per the CAP legislation, so it has to be in your personal name. You don't have to live in the property. So a property that you rent out could potentially be capped. There's no requirement in the legislation to that end. However, the property has to be less than 4 units, so 1 to 3 units is cap eligible. And I think I mentioned you have to be a resident of the province as well. So those are sort of the main eligibility requirements, and we determine that internally automatically. So in the vast lion's share of most residential property transactions, the property becomes eligible in the year following purchase. So in this example, imagining the property transacts today, the first year we would calculate a cap would be 2027. Another important caveat that I would mention is that we're always calculating cap to the advantage of the property owner. It's sort of spike protection for when assessments exceed the Nova Scotia Consumer Price Index. So when our market change is in excess of the CPI that's provided, then typically a cap will come onto that property, assuming there's no physical changes that would change the cap. In a market that is flat, which we haven't seen in about 4 years, but we may see again in the future at some point, depending on market conditions, if the CPI is similar to the market increase applied for the area, it could be that a cap doesn't show on the notice, but the property is eligible. It's always resetting to the lower of the two numbers. So if the calculated assessment is lower than the previous year's assessment plus CPI, all future cap will be calculated on the lower of the two numbers. So it's always resetting to that sort of bottom floor. I always use the example of my property, which was here in Modal. The first 6 years I owned the property, we had relatively flatter markets, and I had a cap, I think, 2 out of 6 years. So it was always to the advantage. I was always eligible, but it doesn't always work that way. So we always encourage property owners to give us a call as well. And speaking back to, thank you for your comments, Mayor McLean-Weil, around, very glad to hear you had a positive experience with us, but certainly with property owners and around increases on appeal, we encourage property owners to call us anytime. We can always talk about future assessments as well. So it doesn't have to be a formal appeal process. It can be a call in June or July to talk about your assessment, about maybe where it's going for next year. And we can have that dialogue, determine the data we have assessed is correct, and provide some commentary as to sort of why we feel the value is where it is, if that makes sense. And that's certainly something that's helpful. Around increases on appeal, it's certainly something that we're not in the habit of doing unless there was a significant error on the assessment file. So if there's something that, is not assessed correctly, such as a, large outbuilding or something like that, we would have that conversation with the property owner at that time. But we encourage property owners to get that PIN report from our website and review the data we have assessed. Give us a call and determine if an appeal is appropriate. If you're on the fence at this point in time where we have a couple of days left in the appeal period, we would encourage folks, if you feel like you need to submit an appeal, go ahead and do that, because we're right up against the deadline for 2025 right now. But if this were a month ago, I would have said, give us a call and we're happy to talk about it. And as Dion mentioned, we have folks on staff. And sorry, I sort of answered two questions at once, but does that answer your question, Councillor Vino?
Yes, it definitely does. The only addition to it would be on a new build. So it was a vacant land and a new build, and how the cap would come.
The eligibility would be the same. It would be the same process. The only thing I would, again, sort of as a caveat, is that remember that we assess as of December 1st. So if something is bought, it's a completed home today, and it sells, next week, that sale transacts as a completed property. That property might not be assessed as being complete for this year, because when we visited for the permit in, say, November 25th, and saw that the property was, maybe 60% complete, that's what's assessed for this year. So the cap for the following year may reflect the previous year's assessment, plus CPI, plus any remaining construction value to be added to that property. So that might change the analysis, but everything I said about the eligibility would be exactly the same.
And if I might add, no commercial properties are eligible for cap. And I just had some numbers here. I neglected to add them to the slides, but just about your assessment values. The total assessment values are up 9.76% from 2024 to 2025. The residential assessment values total are up 11.18%. The residential with cap, that's taxable, have increased 7.17% over 2024, and your total commercial assessment values are up 2.79%. We didn't have those included in the slides, I apologize.
Thank you for that. That's really interesting to have those numbers. Are other questions? Councillor Smith?
Yeah, one of my first duties as councillor was to call your office, and you were very helpful in helping a resident kind of escalate an issue that they were having. And their issue was around a commercial designation on their property, but the commercial business was no longer in use. Can you just tell me what are the steps to let you know or to convert a property away from commercial use when someone retires or shuts down a business? Because it didn't seem very clear in this person's case how that transition was made.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I've dealt with this a little bit in the past with businesses that cease to operate. It somewhat depends on, for instance, if you have I dealt with one a little while ago in Dartmouth in terms of a hair salon that an individual owned for 50 plus years there, right, that had closed down. But yet, although the businesses ceased to exist or operate, the building yet still reflected a commercial property and could be sold as is, right? But, it's on a case-by-case basis, really. If it's a home-based business, it'd be a little easier to indicate that if you're operating, a portion of that residence as an insurance place or, a law office or something like that, then maybe still it would be captured under the classification. There could be an applied split to it. But if it's a commercial property, 100% commercial property, and it represents a commercial property, then the classification, unless there was a significant act to change over, then would be, classified as a commercial property, right? Because it can only be, depending on the use, it's either residential, commercial, or resource, right? So it could be examined on a case-by-case basis, certainly.
Yeah, and just to clarify, it was a home-based business, and I would have a lot of those in my district.
Yeah,
so
certainly.
That when people kind of convert the use of their property
Yeah.
after they retire, yeah, they're just looking for a change. in
Yeah,
their
absolutely.
taxes.
I've seen a number of that happen too. There was out in Muscatava a little while ago where there was an individual property owner who operated a law office for a number of years. And then, it sold, and then the new buyer did not operate a law office any further, right? So there was a classification on there. But it gets examined on a case-by-case basis, certainly.
I think I'd just add to that, the state date is important for classification as well, so that December 1st cutoff date. So if you start a business, so if you take out a change in use permit from the municipality, you're consistent with the associated land use bylaw, and you begin practicing law in a room in your home on December 15th, you wouldn't be classified for that for this year because it's past that December 1st cutoff date. So there's sort of that forgiveness or there has to be sort of a firm date to allow accuracy of the assessment roll. So in that scenario, there's sort of a delay in the initial classification, but the same works in reverse, where if you close the law office on December 31st, because that makes sense for your income tax purposes or whatever, if you can't establish that it was closed on December 1st, it would be classified as commercial for this year. So that's just sort of a bit of additional context around home-based especially, but absolutely, as Dion mentioned, it really depends on the class of property. If you own a gas station that no longer has the pumps, but you are claiming that you use it only to store your car collection or something like that, it really depends on that property individually and how it would most likely be transacted and most likely be used by a future owner, regardless of your use. But as Dion mentioned, something like a home-based business or a sort of normal-sized outbuilding on your property that was used for a gift shop, antique store, car garage, this type of thing, if it ceases to be used at that state date and we're aware of it, and the property owner has followed the appropriate municipal planning requirements, so in some cases a change in use permit to make sure that the planning office is aware that this change is happening as well, then we're happy to make those adjustments. But it really depends on the class of property, I think.
And if I just may add quickly, if you do have a constituent who buys a property, who receives maybe a commercial, a taxable amount on their property, please encourage them to call, because they may not be aware that the classification existed on that property until after they purchased it, right, and received their tax bill.
Thank you for that. Other questions? Well, thank you, Mr. Tremblay and Mr. Regular, for your presentation. I think anyone who's listening or watching us online will know that they can make a call, maybe not in the next couple of days. They should file their appeal if they need to do that by February 13th. But I appreciate your attendance here and your detail around the presentation. I think it helps us in answering the questions that we do get, and we'll know that we can direct them, where to direct them and where they can get the information. So thank you very much for that.
That's great. Thank you for the opportunity.
Really great to be here.
We are going to move around a little bit again on the agenda out of respect for a couple of people in our gallery, Mrs. Rayfuse and Ms. Rodenizer, who are here because they were the advocates for the Hillside Cemetery that is part of our agenda. So I'm going to ask Ms. Payne to come forward and, is it Ms. Chalice? Okay. Who's making the presentation on the Hillside Cemetery. Thank you. So it is for Councilors 11.2.1 on the agenda. Ms. Chalice.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm here today to recommend that Municipal Council direct staff to provide financial support to the South Shore Genealogical Society in the amount of $2,500 to review, research and verify the information presented to Council on January the 23rd, 2024 by Betty Rodenizer and Yvonne Rayfuse on Hillside Cemetery. And further, that if the presented information is verified, Municipal Council approve the expenditure of up to $4,000 to update or replace the stone monument and interpretive panel installed at the cemetery. In January 2024, two residents, Betty Rodenizer and Yvonne Rayfuse, came to Council with concerns about the commemorative plaque and the interpretive sign at Hillside Cemetery. Based on their own research, they questioned the number of residents of the Lunenburg Municipal Hospital who were buried there, the name of the institution, and the time frame of the burials. In June 2024, Council directed staff to contact the South Shore Genealogical Society, asking them to review the research that had been shared. If the Society agreed and adopted the findings, the municipality would update the plaque and sign to reflect the new information. The South Shore Genealogical Society, being a volunteer non-profit group, has requested financial support of $2,500 to hire a researcher to review the research presented. They estimate it will take around 120 hours over 2 to 3 months, but they also provided comments that Betty Rodenizer, as the founding president of the Society, is more than qualified to have done this research. The hired researcher would be using the same research materials available as Betty Rodenizer to do this work, and while it may never be possible to confirm the exact number of burials, the figure mentioned of 207 in the research is likely close to being accurate. The original research was conducted by a local resident and staff person using Modal and South Shore Genealogical Society's research materials available at the time. Based on the research, the original monument and interpretive panel were installed in 2018. Staff recommend we support the South Shore Genealogical Society in reviewing the findings to ensure that the most accurate information is presented out of respect for the family of those buried there. The alternative for Council's consideration is to simply accept the research presented in January 2024 and move forward with the recommended updates to the plaque and sign. Part 2. If the new research is accepted, both the brass plaque on the stone monument and the interpretive sign will need updates, and we've already reached out to the original suppliers for pricing. The new wording on the brass plate would read, this memorial is dedicated to the residents who lived and passed at the Lunenburg Municipal Hospital and were buried approximately between 1904 and 1959. To add the word approximately, we need to have a new brass plaque made and installed, and if research supports it, we may change the date range but leave approximately there. For the interpretive sign, several sections of the text will need to be revised, which means the panel will need to be about an inch larger and will require new plexiglass. We also plan to update the sign to be less specific about dates and numbers of burials, which will reduce the need for future changes. We're requesting approval to spend up to $4,000 to cover the costs of the updates to both the plaque and sign. And while we don't expect it, there is a possibility the stone monument itself could be damaged during the plaque change. If that happens, the stone will need to be replaced, although that cost isn't included in this request. If this project is not completed this fiscal year, we will have to budget accordingly. And the final part of the Council direction in 2024 was to direct its staff to create a grave marker programme. So currently, most graves are identified by numbered granite stones with no individual references. Records have shown that there can be multiple people buried in the same numbered grave, so putting individual grave markers wouldn't be feasible. Instead, we're looking into the possibility of erecting a monument with plaques so that relatives can request to honour specific individuals. We'll be issuing a request for quotes on designs, and once we get that back, we'll present the options to Council. And if approved, we'll move forward with finalising the details of the grave marker programme. We plan to include funding for this in the 25-26 budget.
Okay, thank you very much for that. We have, and before we go to the questions, I think we have two motions here. If we could have one of those, the first motion, which relates to the cost associated with verifying the information, and then we'll move to the second one. So if we could have someone make that motion 11.2.1, please. It's been moved by Councillor Hubley. Is there a seconder? Oh, sorry. Could you read it, please? Sorry.
I can, thank you. To Mayor McLean-Weil and members of council, I move that Municipal Council approve financial support in the amount of $2,500 to the South Shore Genealogical Society to review, research, and verify the information presented to council by Betty Rodenizer and Yvonne Rafuse on January 23rd, 2024 regarding Hillside Cemetery, and I so move.
Is there a seconder for the motion? seconded by Counselor Moore. Is there discussion? Counselor Vino.
Thank you. When this request first came before council previously, I opposed it as there was discussion at that time about displaying the names, and out of respect for individuals not wanting their family's names displayed, I was opposed to it. I'm really glad to see that we've pivoted a little bit, and those that want to have their names displayed can, and those that don't, won't. So it's a really good common ground and a great way to show respect to everybody without going that way. So I will support this motion today, and I'm really glad to see this come back and go forward.
Is there other questions? Ms. Payne? Because this motion is on the request to verify the information. We could choose to accept the information as it was presented by Betty Rodenizer and Yvonne for the research they had done, and move on to the commemorative part of this. But this motion deals with verifying the information. Ms. Payne.
I just wanted to clarify for Deputy Mayor Vino that it was always the intent, whatever kind of grave marker program that we had, that it would be the choice of the relatives whether to display the name or not. What we've pivoted a little bit is suggesting that it is not the grave marker actually on the ground because of the challenges, but more the monument where people could choose to have. So that's where the pivot came. I just want to clarify that point. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion as presented to allocate $2,500 to verify the information regarding the cemetery, the Hillside Cemetery burials, indicate by raising their hands. Those opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. And could we have the second part of the motion presented, or the second motion related to this presented? Someone like to make that a motion regarding the $400? 4,000, yeah. We're missing zeros today. Councillor Vino?
To Mayor McLean-Weil and members of council, I move that Municipal Council, upon verification from the South Shore Genealogical Society that details on the existing stone monument interpretive panel installed at the Hillside Cemetery are inaccurate, approve expenditures of up to $4,000 to update or replace both the stone monument and interpretive panel, and I so move.
Seconding, Councillor Moore? Discussion on the motion. Councillor Brooks.
I guess my only question is if we're setting precedent here and that this is going to be something we do for all cemeteries around the district. So that's my concern and question.
I think the question is here that this was the site of a municipally owned facility, and I can be changed on that, but this was a municipally owned facility, and this is part of that responsibility for the residents that were there for some time.
That's actually correct. It's part of the mark. If you actually go and walk, you'll notice that the cemetery is there. So it was part of that facility before it became a recreation facility.
Other questions or discussion? All those in favor signify by raising their hand. Those opposed, motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, and thank you to Yvonne and Betty, who are sitting in our gallery today, for their attention to this. We will go back to our agenda, and I'll take some guidance.
Yes, Leslie and Lisa are just outside.
Okay.
I'll go grab them.
Okay.
Do that one.
We're going to move then to 11.3.1, which is pre-budget approval for procurement shared services. And it will be Leslie McFarland from the Joint Services Board that will be presenting to us. And they're here, just outside, waiting to make the presentation. Good morning. We have Ms. McFarland and Ms. Bozak with us this morning to present. So we'll turn it over to you.
Is it on now? Oh, thank you. Good morning. And, oh. Pretty good. All right. Well, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you all of Council for having us here today to present. We're just coming straight from having presented also at the town of Mahone Bay this morning, so thank you for having us. So we're here to request partial pre-budget approval, and there's really two components to that, and we'll speak about those, and Lisa will be speaking to the IT piece in a moment. So, do I move this myself? Yeah, thank you. Excellent. So, the MJSB board had their strategic planning. November 20th was the orientation, and then January 8th they had their strategic planning. And this resulted in direction to us regarding a number of aspects, and ultimately resulting in us being here today. And on January 22nd, met to pass the budget, which will be coming forward as part of your overall budget for approval at a later date. However, the board did direct us to come forward and request pre-budget approval on a couple of items so that we can get going on those more quickly. So the MJSB, for anybody who may not be familiar, is an organization that was created as a partnership of 3 municipalities in 2013. And we have the objects of the board here demonstrated, and the goals of the services that we provide are indicated here on the slide, which are to make the most out of every tax dollar raised and create a more sustainable local government organization. So these recommendations are lined up with those two goals. And the board, for those who may not know, is made up of 3 members of council from each of the 3 participating municipalities, and the participating municipalities are the town of Mahone Bay, where I just came from, municipality of the District of Lunenburg, and the town of Bridgewater. So we have the mayors from each of the 3 municipalities on our board, as well as 2 additional members, and that's Councillor Hubley and Councillor Burns in the case of municipality of the District of Lunenburg. So all matters that relate to the services that we provide are discussed and decided upon and recommended to the councils by the board before they come forward. So there were 2 motions that the board passed at its January 22nd meeting, and they're here on the slide. The first is to approve the addition of procurement as a shared service, including scope, service delivery, and cost allocation model as presented, and recommend that the partner councils approve the new shared service to begin effective April 1st of 25. And the second would be the motion to direct staff to submit the budget to councils, which is what we do every year, and that will be coming later, and I'll be happy to come and present the budget to council at that time at your request. But that we now request pre-budget approval to initiate the procurement shared service at a total cost across all the 4 parties of $130,000, and then the hiring of the converted IT position as well. And I said 4 parties in there. I just want to clarify. MJSB itself is a party to the service as well. So part of our budget is to contribute to those services as well, so that we can take advantage of the service as well. So just a little bit more background on this. We do currently have the waste, IT, and HR services, and HR service was expanded the year before last, so that we now have 2 roles there, and we're able to provide more strategic service and support to the town of Bridgewater as well as municipality of the District of Lunenburg. And then the board and subsequently councils approved the initiation of an occupational health and safety service as well, which started in November of this past year. So we do have an occupational health and safety officer who's providing support to all 3 partners as well as to MJSB organization now. And then year and a half ago, discussions were happening about the procurement shared service, and there was discussion around phasing those 2 new services, just so just for management of the workload, I guess, and just to say, okay, let's move forward with the safety service immediately and take away, to have a staff team made up of people from across all 4 organizations to really flesh out the procurement shared service, make sure we had a really clear understanding of what the service was going to provide and the model that we wanted to provide it under, and then bring that back to the board subsequent to this past fall's elections, and then be able to bring it to the councils as well. So that's kind of where we're at, the stage that we are at now. I think I'll just keep going and I'll cover my other points here. So when we worked through the working group, we did have, in the staff memo that we have here as well, we indicated the names of the folks that are on the working group, and we had good representation from the entire area. And so some of the things that we did is we defined a Schedule 5, which is also should be in your package. So how that works is we have the MJSB agreement that was re-signed last June by all 3 councils. And then there's an attachment or a schedule to that agreement for each of the services. So we have the first one is the waste schedule, the IT schedule, Schedule 2, Schedule 3 for HR, and Schedule 4 for safety. And this Schedule 5 would be the schedule that defines the service for procurement, should it be the will of council to move forward on that. So within that, we defined that schedule. We also defined the position description for the position that would be hired, and put it through the salary administration process, which is a fairly consistent process that evaluates the job requirements and puts a salary band to that role, similar to the Hay system, if you may be familiar with that in other places. And really determined, as we defined the scope, or the Schedule 5, what the scope was, what would be in scope, what would be out of scope, and really what the goals of the organization were. So really fleshed out the whole thing a little bit in more detail. And that came up to defining the scope. And so there are 10 primary aspects to the scope. And just before I speak about that, I'll say there was a overarching aspect of scope, which is every year that the service will have a strategic planning process happen with all the parties to the service. And so for the year ahead, and that would happen in the fall, for the year ahead, the parties would all say, well, I want them to work on this, I want them to work on this, I want them to accomplish this. And then we would bring that together and as a whole agree on what the work plan for the procurement safety service would be for the coming fiscal year. So we can build that into your budgets, any aspect of it that it might require, and have an agreed upon plan with measures of success so that we know that that person is going to be successful in meeting the requirements of all the parties to the service. So within that, it could be any of these aspects that I'm about to talk about that may be what they would cover in any given year. And I would anticipate there would be a combination of these in any given year. Policies and procedures is definitely an initial priority. And I'm sure you're aware that currently procurement is distributed amongst all, staff at Modal. There isn't a dedicated procurement expert or resource, so that produces some, positives and some opportunities that this position would be able to support. But one of them is to be able to really focus on the policies at Modal. Procurement policy hasn't been updated, I don't believe, formally anyway, since 2016. So that could be an early opportunity to take a look at the policy and modernize that. And all the parties agreed that we want to do as much as possible alignment around any aspect of procurement that makes sense across the 4 parties for efficiency. Like if there's opportunities in one of the partners' policies that make sense to bring to the others, we should be doing that. So that would be one of the anticipated first priorities, is to really look at the policy and see even maybe a phased approach, but what are some immediate updates to the policy that could be made, and if need be, take a multi-year approach to it, but try to get some quick wins to improve the policy and its ability to meet the needs of council for procurement activities that are happening. Risk mitigation and compliance advice, we just speak about that because there's continuing increasing litigation in Canadian municipalities around issues with procurement, basically, and it's a continuing risk. And so having an in-house resource who is dedicated and knowledgeable about procurement would assist in mitigating that risk. The third item there, risk-based compliance verification, would be sort of on a sampling basis, validating that we're meeting our procurement policy, that I wouldn't expect them to go and check every aspect of everything, but based on guidance of council and staff, doing some kind of sampling to say, yes, we're compliant with our own policies, or hey, these are some opportunities where we have room for improvement. So it's kind of a little bit of a external auditor kind of approach, but yet on an internal basis. Obviously, bringing in best practices, setting us all up with tools and templates. Then there may be large or complex joint initiatives that they could lead. For example, right now I'm leading the Regional General Insurance and Cyber Insurance project. It's quite time consuming, and it does affect, our ability to do other things. So all the teams are working on it, not the least of which is Elena. Having this resource to focus on those kinds of things would really free, in this case, me, up to be able to be doing other priority work that the board and councils are looking for me to be doing. There will be a lot more procurement that won't be led by this one person. One person won't be able to lead all procurement in all the four parties. Just want to manage expectations there. But for procurement that is led still in the municipality, they would be able to do document review. They would be able to provide some support on that. Another priority that's been raised is getting us all onto consistent procurement platforms. And currently, for example, our organization, we use just email to send them out and back. It's very cumbersome. So taking a look at what are the best practice recommendations for being on the same platform, doing some continuous procurement improvement, and then last but definitely not least, providing training or acquiring training for us to make sure that we're all clear on all the legislative, all the regulatory, all the different requirements that we have, and not the least of which is our own policies, so that we have staff that are coming new periodically. They need to know about the procurement policies, and even just refreshers and regular reminders. So those are quite a lot for one person, but we'll be working closely and providing regular updates to ensure that we're having this position really support and be able to do those things. So I just kind of wanted to turn that just the other way and just sort of highlight again, it speaks to some of the same things I've spoken to already. What are the benefits? And on the left side, I've kind of already covered those, the long-term cost optimization, I would say, in terms of risk management and vendor performance management, et cetera. But another key aspect that we spoke about, and we have multiple approaches planned and more to come, I'm sure, when the person would come on board, around how to encourage local vendor participation. And this is a priority that I can say has been shared to us by all the participating municipalities. So there, just a few of the highlights are here of the ways that we would anticipate them being able to do that. So one of them is really risk-based procurement. So we don't necessarily we have a one-size-fits-all procurement in a lot of cases, and that can produce a barrier to entry for smaller local vendors or service providers. So being able to define what the appropriate level of procurement bureaucracy or oversight requirement are for all the different types of procurement is one of the key things we're looking at. And that may include revision to policy around that. Then just proactively working with vendors to help them with their capacity building. So there's many different things that could happen there, and it will depend on the new person coming in and direction we obtain and provide. But things like targeted outreach, like identifying vendors who may not already be participating in our local procurement here, and working with them to identify what are the barriers that are stopping them from being able to do that, and how we can remove those. There may be some kinds of pre-qualifying that could be done, capacity building with them, because I know that a lot of vendors just don't have a lot of admin and that kind of thing that would be able to do some of the more heavy lifting that we have as requirements of our procurement policies. And then other opportunities could be collaborating with local organizations or chambers to just get the word out there that we are encouraging local participation in procurement, so that we can understand whatever other barriers there may be and help to identify how we can remove those. I spoke a little bit about this, flexible procurement policies, but there could also be contract terms that are a little bit shorter in duration that may be more appropriate for smaller local vendors. Also, smaller order sizes are possible. And so really, it's going to be identifying and listening to them, telling us what kind of things are going to make that more attractive for them to be bidding, and then trying to find ways that we can accommodate that within the requirements, of course, of transparency and so on. And then a variety of different possible process improvements. And I do anticipate the person being able to provide, a lot more than that. We've talked about potentially having like a biannual vendor conference, that kind of thing, where we just really highlight the fact that this is something that's important to our local municipalities. So how would we do this? We're looking at hiring a position, a single position, that would report into the MJSB organization in the same format that we do for these other services today. And so that takes advantage of, really leverages the existing oversight and governance structure that's already in place through the board, et cetera. The salary range is there. The exact salary paid would depend on the qualifications of the person that we hired. You may be aware that we moved into the former modal offices or a portion of them, at 210 Aberdeen. So we have office space that's available for this person. There is an office there that has been left vacant for this position to utilize, although we would anticipate them traveling to all the partner municipalities on a regular basis to meet with the staff. And that's really how the service would be delivered. Then the cost allocation model. We wanted to make sure that this provided a number of key requirements for how the cost of the service would be distributed amongst the four parties. And some of the things we really wanted to ensure is that it wouldn't be varying wildly from year to year. We don't encourage a kind of hour-by-hour tracking. It really is an inefficient way to do things, and it doesn't necessarily promote the real totally uptake of participating in the service and really getting that maximum benefit from it. So instead, we have a component of the budget that would be divided equal share amongst all the four parties. So it costs to buy into the service. And then the remaining 75% would be split 50-50 between your proportion on a 5-year average basis of the total capital and operating spend. And by doing that 5-year smoothing, it just allows it to not wildly vary so much. We did the analysis the analysis for this year as well as for the prior year, and it really only changed by like 0.5%, even though there's pretty significant differences can happen from year to year in a capital spend. So the averaging over the 5 years helps with that. It's better for budgeting, we think. And then the remaining 37.5 is the proportion of the prior year's uniform assessment, which does bring in the ability to pay component there as one component, only one component of the costs of the service. So these things, I think, are fairly simple and transparent. We really do want to avoid, hours and hours and hours of tracking or time consumption in calculation. So it's a simple annual calculation that is able to be done. And it also does give us the opportunity to look at it on an annual basis and say if it's still serving us or we want to take a look at any kind of changes. But the benefits of this approach are kind of highlighted there on the right. So this brings us to what the pre-budget approval request is. I think it's also mentioned in the request for decision that will be coming to council shortly. But it's the council proportion of the procurement specialist on a budgetary basis for next year would be $69,000. Again, that will be a little different depending on what the salary would be for the individual. And basically, by bringing this forward now, it's allowing us to get going on filling the position. If we don't do that, we were thinking probably it would be fall. And with so much of the capital program and the annual expenditure kind of front-end loaded in the year, the board's recommendation was that we ask councils for approval to move more quickly on that so that the person would be here to be able to get started just a little bit sooner in 25, 26. And if that was the case, then we're thinking it could be potentially as early as May or June that the person would be filling the position. So I'm going to turn it over at this point to Lisa, and she's going to speak about the second motion.
Good morning. Thank you. As don't lean on that. As Leslie mentioned, so I'm here to explain why I'm requesting pre-budget approval for the IT systems administrator position. And a little background, since I arrived in 2022, we've been doing IT strategic planning with the partners and building a roadmap so that we know not only how we can make better use of the service for our partners, but also what's coming up in the industry and what's really important strategically to each one of the municipalities. So that's part of my process. And there's been additional initiatives that have obviously come up that we need to prepare for with the right skills. And we also need to be able to protect, if you will, or backfill or have a contingency plan for some of the skills that we currently have that are really critical to running that service just day to day. So when we talk about approval for hiring a converted IT position, what does that mean? Well, last year, I asked for approval to have a temporary role come in, and that was really because we were offboarding 4 non-partners, and so I needed some help while that one resource was going to be doing that work. And also, I wanted to be able to see if that person could help backfill some of the other positions to take on these initiatives that I spoke about, these strategic initiatives. So I used that year to kind of validate the scope of what this role, the IT systems administrator role, would do. And so that is the succession planning and making sure that we've got the right backup for these critical skills in-house and increasing our ability to be flexible, respond to some of these new initiatives that require very specialized skills that they're currently in the team, but if they can't be doing everything, so. And then really addressing proactive maintenance. So today it's kind of keeping the lights on, addressing any fires, but it's not going in and doing the kind of deep work that we all wish we had the time for to make sure everything is cleaned up, that you have alerts set up, that you know what needs to be patched, that you're able to make sure there are no real issues. Preventative. So this position would really be a $25,000 year-on-year change, and that represents, as Leslie had suggested, the overall cost of $33,490 for the District of Lunenburg. I'm wondering if anyone has any questions, because that's really the overview and the reasons why. I'd like to obviously get this procurement started as quickly as possible, because it could potentially take us a while to find a really good resource. And we want to obviously have a good resources in permanently and not having to, again, go back for more recruitment. It takes up so much time and training them and trying to get them up to speed.
Typically, we try to put the motion on the floor before we have discussion and questions, but in this case, because it is coming forward and not everyone at the table may be as familiar with the discussion about why we're doing what we're doing in terms of those positions. I'm happy if people just want to ask a question about that, and then we'll put the motions on the floor. But are there general questions that people have about, Councillor Vino?
I just have one question and a comment before I ask. I really liked, Leslie, what you said about the biannual vendor process. I think that's going to close a gap that I often hear from smaller operations that are overwhelmed with when they hear the word procurement.
Right.
So that's wonderful that the board has decided to go that route. So that was the comment. And the question I had, because I have been asked, how does MJSB advertise for positions?
Our HR team is responsible for posting those, and I know that in the past we used Career Beacon, LinkedIn, and I think there was a third. So they target the big platforms. Are there other opportunities, you think, places where we should advertise?
I was just curious because it's no longer an ad in the paper, so it's like
Right.
Indeed, Career
Yeah.
Beacon, and those kind of spots.
Platforms.
Sure. I just want to add to that, our personnel policy also outlines like how it all has to be done. It's exactly the same as the municipality in terms of transparency and so on. So it's all done through, and actually we have a new platform that HR uses for, both of us, just for managing that at the back end. It doesn't really change. What Lisa said is absolutely true. And they vary it depending. Like if it's a specific thing like this, they might put it on the right organization, association website, like that kind of thing as well. Yeah.
Councillor Hubley.
Sorry, quick question. Does this procurement position report directly to you?
Well, we're just finalizing that.
okay.
I think the best practice would be that it should report to the Director of Corporate Services. But with a bunch of things in play, we're finalizing on that. I'm going to have an active role because I've been really leading this all this time. But there's a couple of moving parts that will determine whether it reports to me or the Director of Corporate Services. But it's a good question. Yeah.
Councillor Brooks.
How confident are we that this procurement specialist position will help us realize $69,000 a year in savings?
We're fairly confident. In the documents that we provided to the board, we, indicated that if they produce only 5% of savings on the whole program that they're involved with, that they would offset far more than their total cost. And I think that that's reasonable. However, the original goals of the service is not really immediately just about cost savings. It is about risk management and the risk of costs that we aren't aware of right now and cost avoidance that we aren't aware of right now, and also some resource reallocation and having those resources be able to be reallocated to other higher priority work were the original requirements that were put in place for the service to be initiated. But we'll be asking them to generate metrics that demonstrate the all the cost management aspects that they're producing, and I think that's quite reasonable, but I just want to clarify that the reason we came at it was other things such as promoting local and some of these other priorities were the prime movers for it. Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate the question about metrics, and I know you're quite focused on metrics, having sat at those meetings. So I think some of our discussion at this table has been around how we do evaluation and how we build that into our decision-making process. So I think we have something to learn from us as councillors about how it's viewed at MJSB. So I appreciate that comment, and I think it's something we will be looking at how we can build in those evaluative tools. Some things are easier to do than others, but yeah. Other questions? Councillor Smith.
I'm quite new to all this, so, yeah, pardon my question if it's not very clear, but with creating this kind of shared service, does this end up taking a lot off the plate of any staff currently in the other units, or is it's completely additional?
And it's possible the CAO or deputy may want to speak to that a little bit, or do you want to speak first, perhaps?
Yes, so thank you for the question through the mayor. So the challenge that we have right now is procurement is done by department off the side of the desk of each of our directors or senior staff members that are involved. We don't have a procurement officer. The town of Bridgewater has a procurement officer, so their situation is a bit different. One recent example, it'll be coming to council soon, is we just went through a rather complex RFP for insurance where all of the units put out one RFP, and it took, I'm not sure how big the working group was, but it was a big working group that operated over several months to try to get the RFP out and then review the information that came back. And we're going to see significant savings in that process, and that's what we hope to repeat. If we can get a lead procurement person that can help direct things, we'll continue to support on the operational side. Like our engineering group will still have to put in the specifics for a wastewater treatment upgrade. But the special position, which is where we see the benefit, will allow us to more efficiently and effectively access different routes of procurement with the hope that we'll see, if not savings, at least improved activity at the local level, where we will hope to find a way to make the procurement process, which is complicated, as simple as we can, to encourage local vendors to get involved in different ways. And then at the higher level, try to make sure that we're always going for best value, not necessarily lowest cost, but best value. So there is a clear benefit, and it's going to reduce some of the time of our senior staff, and hopefully we'll see, as Leslie's indicated, we'll see savings through that process.
Councillor Reinhardt.
Thank you, through the chair to you. When I was looking at a lot of the duties of the procurement specialist, it seemed like a lot of them would benefit all of the parties fairly equally. So things like advising on policies and procedures, providing tools and templates and training. So I was just wondering how you arrived at only equally cost sharing 25%?
We did take a look at the capital and operating as another significant component. So the relative size of those is a component. And then the ability to pay is the other component. I can say Bridgewater, with having a dedicated resource in place for some time now, their policies have been much more frequently updated, and they've been able to do a number of different things. So I'd say, probably initially at the very least, we'll probably be able to leverage some of the things that have happened there through this service. So to me, the cost allocation distribution is quite fair based on some of those components. They're going to continue to have that position. So it is a little bit different in each case. So as a working group, we felt that this was an appropriate representation of kind of the value that we were each of the parties was going to be receiving from the service.
Councillor Brooks.
One of the vendors at the NSFM conference was a procurement specialty group. I'm curious, have you engaged them at all or done any sort of cost analysis, doing a contractual agreement with them versus a hired staff position with all the benefits that come with it? Is that something you guys have explored?
We did look at that in the past, before this set of recommendations. Typically contractual costs have been quite a bit higher than staff costs, and you aren't able to leverage necessarily, like you have to define your scope much more tightly, whereas we have more flexibility with this model. And because we already have the governance structure and all of these pieces in place, we're able to also take advantage and leverage all of those existing. So that was considered in the previous round, and the decision made was that the best advantage would be through having it as a staff person, fulfilling that requirement.
Just a bit of information here that our deputy CAO will add.
I don't know for certain, Councillor Brooks, but it was likely Canoe that you were speaking with? Yeah. So that we do actually make use of Canoe. Anytime that we can, where we're going to find cost savings and it's not going to affect local purchasing, where we have the policy discretion to do that, we make use of Canoe already. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and they're like it's like a way to automatically have an RFP essentially have been done. It's not necessarily going to provide the scope of things like addressing our policies or promoting local for us, or, kind of being an in-house resource that can really take on our own priorities and then deliver on those. It's a great tool though. And I know we use it a lot in IT, for example.
Okay, anything else? Because otherwise I'm going to ask someone to bring forward the first motion as it relates to the procurement position. And this is in 11.3.1. Councillor Smith?
To Mayor McLean-Weil and members of council, I move that Municipal Council approve the procurement shared service, including scope, service delivery, and cost allocation model as presented to begin effective April 1st, 2025.
Do we have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Hubley? Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by raising their right hands. Those opposed, motion is carried unanimously. Would you be willing to bring the second motion forward?
Sure. To Mayor McLean Weil and members of council, I move that municipal council provide pre-budget approval to initiate hiring the procurement specialist and hiring the IT systems administrator at a cost to the District of Lunenburg of $69,000 and $33,490,000 respectively for 2025-2026.
Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Moore. Any discussion on this motion? All those in favor signify by raising their hands. Those opposed, motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll flip our pages around and we will now follow, I think, consecutively along on our agenda, starting at 10.1.2, which is approval of amendments to policy 049, property tax rebate. And Ms. Wenzel will lead us in that.
Thank you, Your Honor. So last week at our February 4th, Finance Committee meeting, we had a discussion regarding the property tax rebate. The policy itself needed to be amended if council was going to proceed with budget deliberations of revising the income thresholds and rebate amounts by allowing and authorizing staff to adjust interest between the interim and final tax billing for qualifying applicants. As you know, and we discussed last week, that the MGA does not allow staff to do that, and so we would need a special resolution of council for that.
That provides the background. Would someone bring the motion to the floor, please? 10.1.2. Councillor Burns?
To Mayor McLean Weil and members of council, I move that municipal council accept the recommendation of the Finance Committee and amend policy 049, property tax rebate, as presented.
Do we have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Reinhardt. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by raising their hands. Those opposed, motion is carried unanimously. We'll move to approval of 2025-2026 proposed area rates for streetlights and hydrants.
And thank you, Your Worship. I can give you a brief background on this as well. So at our Finance Committee, we discussed how fire hydrant and streetlight rates were calculated. We keep a running balance every year of the revenues that we collect per property, either by assessment or flat rate. And then we look at the upcoming assessment roll and use that to do a calculation based on what our costs are. So we have made a recommendation for the hydrant rate at 1.270 per hundred, and the 25-26 streetlight rates. There was a list of the areas that have streetlights and as presented.
Thank you. Would someone from council put the motion on the floor related to fire hydrant and streetlight rates, please? Moved by Councillor Moore, or not, yes. Would you make the motion, please?
I sure will. To Mayor McLean Wall and members of council, I move that municipal council accept the recommendation of the Finance Committee and approve the 2025-26 fire hydrant rate of 0.1270 cents per $100 worth of assessment and the 2025-26 streetlight rate as presented. Nice one.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Burns. Is there any discussion on the motion? And that's on fire hydrant rates and streetlight rates. All those in favor signify by raising their hand. Those opposed, motion is carried unanimously. We'll move to 10.1.5, which is approval of sewer rates.
Through to the chair, last week we also discussed as the Finance Committee the sewer rates, and we did a review of the sewer rates in our district. We know we have 3 sewage treatment systems in Cookville, in Conquerall-Bank, as well as in New Germany. So the New Germany and New Germany and Conqueror Bank rates are, and Cookville are on a, on a global rate, and Hebville, we had sewer rates there as well, which is a different kind of rate because Hebville runs through the Bridgewater's treatment plant. So we are not recommending any changes to those rates at 43 cents for global and 25 cents for Hebville, and that they would become effective April 1st, 2025.
Would someone make this motion, please? It's moved by, Counselor Brooks, will you put the motion on the floor, please?
To Mayor McLean-Weil and members of the council, I move that municipal council accept the recommendation of the Finance Committee and approve the proposed sewer rates of 43 cents per $100 of assessment for global rate and 25 cents per $100 of assessment for Hebville, and further that these rates become effective April 1st, 2025. I so move.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Counselor Vino. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by raising their right hand. Those opposed, motion is carried unanimously. We'll move to 10.1.6, which is the 2025-2026 budget schedule.
Thank you, Your Worship. Last week, we also discussed as a committee the budget process schedule that would get indicating which meetings that the budgets would come to, what kind of public consultation that there would be at those meetings, and how many meetings there would be between essentially the 25th of February and April 8th of when we hope we're going to pass the budget. So we gave you a schedule, and that schedule is included in the agenda package here.
Someone put the motion on the floor. Counselor Reinhardt.
To Mayor McLean-Weil and members of council, I move that municipal council accept the recommendation of the Finance Committee and approve the 2025-2026 budget schedule process as presented, and I so move.
Seconder for the motion? Counselor Brooks. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by raising their hand. Those opposed, motion is carried. 10.1.7, which is the approval of the Reserve Strategy 2025-2026 for budget deliberations.
Thank you, Mayor McLean-Weil. So we also discussed as part of the Finance Committee's presentation on the budget, the reserve strategy, wherein we use certain reserves are set up for certain purposes, and some of those are come directly out of our operating budget and how we use them. And so staff had asked that we would use that existing reserve strategy to prepare the 25-26 draft budget for your consideration.
Someone put the motion on the floor, please. Counselor Brooks, thank you.
To Mayor McLean-Weil and members of the council, I move that municipal council accept the recommendation of the Finance Committee and approve the reserve strategy as part of the 2025-2026 budget deliberations.
Do we have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Counselor Hubley. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by raising their hands. Those opposed, motion is carried unanimously. We are going to skip over, I said we weren't going to skip, but we are. We're going to skip to 10.4.1, which is the approval of emergency services grants. Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this is something that the Fire and Emergency Services Committee recommends as an annual basis for grants for the what's included in your package for fire services throughout the year. So they're asking for, the last few years, it's been a 2% increase they've asked for in those grants.
There is a motion that we could put on the floor. Councillor Hubley?
Thank you to Mayor McLean-Weil and members of council. I move that municipal council accept the recommendation of the Fire and Emergency Services Committee and approve a 2% increase in the amount of $3,947 to the 2025-2026 fiscal year grants as presented, and I so move.
Do we have a seconder? Counselor Moore. Maybe Mr. Kennedy, just for the recording, and you could just outline what those grants would be, if you don't mind.
Certainly. So the municipal grant that's on there is a reverse grant that was offered years ago. And it was done, so the assessment for each of the departments is put into a spreadsheet, and it calculates on a percentage what each of the departments would receive from that grant, based on their percentage of the assessment value and the number of fire departments in the area. So that's how they kind of come up with the percentages for each of those departments. So I think it was around, I'm going to guess here, 10 years or so ago, when at one of the Fire and Emergency Services annual general meetings, that it came up, they would do a reverse assessment for that. So instead of the highest department getting the highest rate, the smallest department now gets the highest rate of each of those fire departments. So the smaller departments are actually getting a benefit from that grant because they're getting more funding through the grant because of that reversed assessment that they do as a result of that meeting. The matching grant is done years ago to help assist with fundraising. So if a fire department raises up to $1,500, they receive that grant of $1,500. And if they raise over $30,000, then they receive what's left in the amount until the grant is used up. That's kind of how that's, and it's done through a percentage, again, through a spreadsheet. And then there's a training grant. So that's utilized through all departments within the municipality to put on different specialized and regular type of training. The last couple of years, they've been doing some level 1 firefighter training. This year it's going on again, so local instructors are putting on the fire service training, and some of the funding is being redirected to assist with that also. So I think there's some good training coming out of that, and they're looking at putting some other training together this year for that. And then there's a personnel insurance grant, which was given probably 4 or 5 years ago, I believe, when they had come up with a new insurance for personnel, because it used to be each fire department had their own individual insurance, and they were all covered differently. So you have neighboring departments working together. One would have $50,000 worth of coverage, and the other would have $250,000. So if anything happened to any firefighter during their duties, the availability to what they would receive for funding was really off the map. So everybody now has the same coverage, and that grant was to help offset some of the departments that had the lower premiums, to help offset the cost that was increased due to everybody going to a flat rate across the board for coverages. So everybody has the same coverages across the board now for personnel, which is really great. And then the other insurance was for like the general liability that I think the municipality's just gone out for procurement on. So that's with like buildings, vehicles, and those things. So that's kind of where the grant funding goes and what it's utilized for.
Thank you for that. I think it's important not only is it the tax rate that's collected from homeowners, but that the municipality collectively is also supporting and contributing to the fire service here in our community.
Sure.
So, are there any questions? Councillor Brooks.
Thank you. Do you feel like this is sufficient? I mean, I'm always trying to find ways, for our local departments, and I know you receive financing from other channels, but has there ever been I don't know. I mean, it's a broad series of grants and things, and I'm wondering, are you getting feedback from folks that it could be more, or what are you hearing?
I mean, it's funding that they would not necessarily have if they didn't have that. They would have to come up out of their own general operating funds for it. I mean, I think 3 years or more ago, there was a big increase in like the liability insurance, and municipality and fire services both got hit with, I think it was like a 25 or 30% increase. So, I mean, they had to absorb that, and there was no increase in coverages for insurance for that part of it. But overall, they are getting that assistance, for the coverages that they would normally have to help offset some of those costs. And the assessment values go up annually, so they are receiving some extra funding through their tax rate, through the assessment values when they also raise. So if you ask the fire service, they're always willing to take more funding, for sure, right?
All those in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion, those opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. We are going to break for lunch, but we're going to try to, we're going to just do tax relief, 11.1.1, and then we'll break for lunch. Ms. Wenzel.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So you have before you a request for tax relief for a damaged property. So as council may or may not be aware, we do have a policy, number 12, that provides for tax relief when a property is damaged throughout the year. So if there's a fire or a storm or something like that in that policy, we could effectively reduce the actual assessment value. So someone would make application to us. The Director of Assessment would look at the property, they'd send an assessor out, and you had a PVSC here just a little while ago, so you understand how they kind of do their thing. And they can tell us what a revised assessment value is based on the date of the incident. And then we would calculate a differential on their tax billing. So for this particular property, because the reduction is over $500 in taxes, which the treasurer can approve. If it's under 500, we do need approval from council in the policy. So the property tax reduction for this property in question is $626.84.
Councillor Vino.
I have a question that doesn't relate to the motion, so perhaps it's best to ask it before it's on the floor. The policy was last reviewed in 2017, and that time it looks like it was amended so that properties under $500 could be approved by the treasurer. I'm wondering if we need to relook at that and perhaps up that dollar value to speed up the process for residents that are in this difficult position because this might delay it by the time it comes to council, and perhaps that number should be increased to 1,000, 1,500. I'm not sure what the recommended number would be, but something we might want to look at where that's quite low, knowing where assessment values have skyrocketed over this last couple of years.
Okay, through the chair to Deputy Mayor Vino. It is on my list of policies to bring back to council. And I think we did have a discussion about this. I think I brought this maybe to you in November or December, early December. We had another one. So yes, it's on my list. So it's certainly on the radar. And I think once we get the budgets kind of done, we can start looking at the policies and getting them updated. And this one for sure.
Thank you for that reminder. Would you put the motion on the floor, please?
To Mayor McLean Weil and members of council, I move that municipal council approve tax relief in the amount of $626.84 for the property located at 372 Allenback Point Road, assessment account number 02437767, as per the submitted application and policy 012 tax exemption reduction, and I so move.
Do we have a seconder for the motion, please? Councillor Smith. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by raising their right hand. Those opposed, motion is carried unanimously. We will break for lunch. Can we do lunch in 45 minutes? Have a break of 45 minutes? Okay. I don't know what time it is, so. 12:03, okay. We're going to be back here at 12:45. Okay, we're ready to resume our meeting. And we will go to Police Advisory Board and recommendation coming from Police Advisory Board. Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mayor and councilors. Yeah, so at the last meeting of the Police Advisory Board, one of the members at large brought up the intersection at Pine Grove Road and Highway 10, and where your entrance goes into Boston Pizza. So that set of lights there, there's been numerous accidents there over the last number of years. And this year there were several there as well, a couple not life-threatening but serious. And so they were asking if there was a possibility of maybe having Nova Scotia Public Works revisit that area and do a study on the traffic lights to see maybe if the timing or the device that recognizes traffic flow could be adjusted or calibrated if it needs to be, or whatever they determine might be able to make traffic more safe for the motoring public. It seems like Commanding Officer Whalen mentioned that and noticed that if vehicles are close in proximity to each other when they go through the lights, it stays green with that flashing arrow longer. If there's a gap between a vehicle and a half or so, it'll automatically start to switch over. So that's when some people try to gun it through the lights or whatever, and that could be possibly part of the issue. There's also mentioned there was a lot more traffic on the road with the buildup in the area, plus with the construction and stuff on the 103. And when they had the highway shut down for lanes in the 103, people would divert around the highway to try to get past that, having to stop in the flow of traffic. So I think there was a couple of different things going on there. Anyway, that was the request, that they would have that revisited, have Public Works look at that intersection and those lights to see if there's anything that they can do or make changes to make it a safer intersection.
Okay, thank you for that. And we have a motion, which we will put on the floor, 10.2.1. Oh, is it? Okay.
Because this, I gotta look at this motion, maybe it does go with that. What number is the motion?
10.211.
Okay. Okay, no, we'll go with that. I've been getting a lot of complaints, and I just wanted to bring this up because we are talking about police advisory and we're talking about sending off to Public Works. When you come towards this way from North Street up towards this way, and instead of going to your right to go to Halifax, when you get to that set of lights, if you're at a certain spot, you can't see if the light is red or green. And it just, like, it's, I don't know if it's, why it does that. Can somebody explain to me?
I can help clear some light on that, because I was speaking with one of the traffic authority people with Nova Scotia Public Works, because that I had noticed too, so I called them I think it's the 811 number, whatever the number is that you call. Anyway, the guy said that they had put a new lens on that traffic light because people were looking ahead at the other set of lights and moving through this set of lights, and it caused a couple of accidents there. So this new lens they put in, you have to be in the right angle and right proximity to see that that light's actually green. So you can't see the lights up further. So they have like a shielding put on that, the light on this side and on that side of the green light going up this way on the highway. So that you have to be in the right position to see it turn green. If you drive through and look at it, as you get closer, it gets greener and greener, and then as you pass under the light, the green goes out because they have a shielding onto it or a lens onto it that only allows you to see it when you're in the right position. So that's how they explain it to me.
But what's happening, may I? What's happening is people are going through there, and then they get there and they think, oh, can I continue? Did it turn red? It's not, I can't see green. I can't see green anymore. Should I stop? And that's what's happening.
Okay, let's go back to,
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I didn't know if I could bring that up and it could be forwarded in the comments, or if we need to amend the motion.
I think we'll keep it separate from that,
Okay.
Councillor Moore.
Okay.
But we can pass it on.
Yes.
And just make a note, like our long list of things we want to
Yeah.
talk to Public Works about.
Sounds good.
The list keeps growing. So would someone make the motion, please? Counselor Burns, thank you.
Thank you. To Mayor McLean-Weil and members of council, I move that municipal council accept the recommendation of the Police Advisory Board and direct staff to write a letter to the Nova Scotia Department of Public Works Traffic Authority requesting a review of the operation of the traffic lights located at the Pine Grove intersection where Boston Pizza is.
Do we have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Counselor Reinhardt. Discussion on the motion. Counselor Burns?
So I would like to amend the motion, and I'll speak to that afterwards as to why, and it's shorter than what I had emailed to everyone, but I'd like to add at the end of that motion and review the speed limit along the Pine Grove Road and Highway 10.
Do we have a seconder for the amendment? Seconded by Counselor Hoobley.
Yes, please. Thank you very much. So this has been an issue. There's a bunch of issues here, all sort of that will intertwine amongst jurisdictional issues, private property issues, and issues that are our control versus the province, all of that. So where this is coming from is I've had multiple folks concerned about safety in the Osprey Village area, just in general. I have a group of folks, especially that live up towards me, that use the 10 every day and come down to both school and into town and into shopping, that are concerned about the speed limits along Highway 10. They are concerned pretty much from the Cookville Bridge in, but I think that specifically we should be looking at pretty much where the turn in to the school is there, and as well approaching where the Arthur Young Trail turns into the Osprey Village Trail, where that crossing is across the road. People have concerned about signage and different vehicles and people using it, scooting across the road. I think the speed limit there, people are concerned about the speed limit being high. Almost every home that answered the door during the campaign along the Pine Grove Road, up to at least Charlie Lane, was concerned about the speed along Pine Grove Road, and especially concerned as you start to approach the shopping area. And as well, every once in a while, the intensity of the conversation increases because we see accidents, and recently there was a fairly bad accident that happened at Walmart where stuff is, where people turn either right or they turn left out in front of people. So I know that next week, I believe, or coming up at a future council meeting, we'll have some discussions about the enhancement plan and how that's sort of going to intersect with the private landowners in the province there. But one thing that I would like to be included is if we're looking at the traffic lights there, I think the impetus is there to also examine and ask the province to review the speed limits along Highway 10 that feed into those traffic lights, and along Pine Grove Road that also feed into those traffic lights. I think we all have been or know someone who's guilty of going through that area too fast. And we can talk about enforcement. People are really big on that, but in order to have the enforcement, let's give some people some teeth to actually bring the speed down to where we all in our gut knows where it should be. So, thank you.
Okay, the discussions on the amendment, which is including the addition of a speed limit in this discussion. Is there anyone, Councillor Brooks?
Again, I don't know if this is part of the amendment, but if we're looking at this, and I don't know if this is a question, if we're asking Public Works to look at the lights, maybe some of that analysis is that, I don't know, are there additional signs needed? Is there anything additional? So does that request that we've put forward cover that there are other things that they would look at?
So we're on the amendment, which is just around speed. So they would, I think, and someone can correct me, but when we ask for that, there's usually a comprehensive review of different aspects and what's appropriate. And I think roads are actually, there's certain prescriptions around where signage is and all of that. If somebody can speak to that, I'd welcome it. Mr. Kennedy.
Can't really speak on the signage so much, but I can speak a little bit on the traffic speed. So when you ask them to do a speed review of an area, they'll put their device out and they'll do a traffic study on how many vehicles pass and what speeds they're traveling at. So they can actually use that data to increase the speed limit if the majority of the traffic is flowing at a faster speed than what's posted. So that speed study may not actually lower speed limits, but it could actually increase speed limits, because if 80% or whatever of the traveling public is moving at 75 or 80 kilometers an hour and the speed limit's at 70, they could warrant a speed increase. So not that it would happen, but that's what they utilize these speed studies for when discussions I've been having with the different traffic studies we've had done. Now, with all the development that's going on here, I'm sure they'll look at some of those other options also, because you're going to have a lot more people moving in and out of the right-of-ways onto that highway, so I'm sure they'll also look at that, but that's their expertise area. But in the past, that's how these traffic flow studies usually work for speed.
Any other discussion on the amendment, which is asking for speed limit to be considered? All those in favor of, yeah. We did get a seconder on the amendment?
Yes.
Who seconded the amendment? Hubley. Councillor Hubley.
Burns and Hubley. No, Burns and Reinhardt did the.
Burns and Reinhardt, yeah.
Burns and Reinhardt and Burns and Hubley.
Hubley, yeah. Got it? All those in favor of supporting the amendment, please raise their hand. Those opposed, the amendment is passed unanimously. We'll go to the original motion, which was moved by Burns, seconded by Reinhardt, and that is related to the operation of the traffic lights. Is there any discussion on that? All those in favor signify by raising their hand. Those opposed, motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you, Mayor. So the next item on the agenda at 11.3.2 is my recommendation for council to approve the establishment of a joint regional growth management committee in partnership with the town of Bridgewater. And I'm seeking direction to work with the town staff to prepare draft terms of reference for the committee and present the draft terms of reference to council for final approval at a future council meeting, but not too far into the future. So the rationale behind this request, council has indicated a desire to have a number of discussions in a number of different areas with the town of Bridgewater. And rather than have informal ad hoc discussions, I thought it would be much more beneficial if we could form a joint regional growth management committee. And this was a subject of discussion between a meeting with the mayors and CAOs that took place earlier this year. The premise would be to have the scope defined in the terms of reference. And so both units would have input into how expansive they want this committee to be, and both units would be able to exclude areas where they don't want to have the discussions. But the terms of reference will have to be developed and come back. And the thought was, if we start this process now, and we get the committee established, and we have the terms of reference confirmed, that will indicate the vision of both units on how they want to move forward and what areas of discussion are open. So quickly, right off the top of my head, we know water is an issue, sewer is an issue, economic development is an issue, land use planning is an issue, all these things that are happening around the town. And we've got, I think, a great opportunity at present to form this joint committee. Hopefully we'll find a new name that doesn't roll off the tongue well. The Joint Regional Growth Management Committee, as an example of how two municipal units can collaborate and work together in partnership on regional issues, and possibly even expand into things like revenue sharing based on the expansion of services from one unit to another, which allows growth, and then share the benefits of the growth, and recognize that growth in one area services the other. So happy to answer any questions. I have included a detailed report that includes the benefits of it and how it ties into the strategic priorities that council's indicated that they're interested in. But not asking council to do anything today except, in principle, approve the idea and direct me to work with town staff to come back with the draft terms of reference.
Councillor Moore.
I never thought I'd say this, but I do agree this is a good idea. But I really do want to see transit put in this mix, because right now, water is a problem, sewer is a problem, but transit is our bigger problem too, right now.
Yep.
Thank
So
you.
I can foreshadow that we do have a report coming to Policy and Strategy Committee next week with a recommendation on how to expand Bridgewater Public Transit on a additional route that would be funded by the municipality, which extends into MODL, servicing Osprey Village, Hebbville, Wildville. So that is coming, but it could also be subject of this joint management committee because this is step one. And so steps 2, 3, 4 into the future could be more fully discussed within this regional committee if it's established.
Councillor Brooks?
Will this at some point also have a folding in or the MJSB? Is that potentially part of this whole conversation in terms of those shared resources and overlap?
So at present, we're just looking at the MODL in the town of Bridgewater. The third party in the MJSB would be the town of Mahone Bay, which may expand into that area. But the thought right now is to start with one partner, which is the focus of most of our collaboration, and get something solid in place there. And then there could be the potential to invite other units in to make it more regional. But the thought was to start small, establish something that makes sense, and then build on it in the future.
Councillor Smith? And then Councillor Burns.
I think, looking at the report and having some conversations, I think this is a very good idea. I do want to say, though, that one of the biggest conversations I had at the doors during the election was around regional fairness. And what people were talking about was the perception that a lot of money goes to centralized services in this area where we're sitting right now, and that there's not a lot of focus on growth in other areas of the district. So I just want to say yes, and we need to make sure that our conversations about growth and economic development are also taking into consideration the very rural areas of our district. And along with that, we need to have a good communication plan that goes with, how we're talking about this this partnership and what is going to be the terms of reference. And I look forward to hearing more, but I just wanted to add those couple of things.
Yeah. So thank you for those points. So we just want to make it clear that on economic development, we look at it at multiple levels. So we have regional economic development and what that could look like. One of those goals is working with more than just the town of Bridgewater, but our other regional partners in trying to look at how we could create something that might attract the provincial 50-cent dollars. So that is one of the ideas that we're looking at. But we also, and we will, continue to focus on the growth of economic development commercial assessment in MODL. And that is one of the primary focuses of our Economic Development Department, but it will also be reflected in MODL 2040. So this the Regional Growth Management Committee is not intended to detract from how we want to see the rest of the municipality grow, and that's in a great way reflected by MODL 2040. But it's more of a recognition that for years we've been trying to work with the town of Bridgewater on various projects, and there's starts and stops, and it's happening at the staff level and council levels, and to put it into a formalized committee to allow those discussions, but we certainly won't be ignoring the other areas of the municipality. For instance, we've had to focus on public transit and how to work with that for several years, but we've been very successful working with Lunenburg County Wheels and funding that organization because of the benefit it could provide to all of the municipality, including the outlying districts. So we want to repeat our successes and grow them, and if we can create something with the town of Bridgewater in partnership that allows growth, that actually makes it easier to expand a whole other level of services outside of the core.
Councillor Burns.
Thank you. I just wanted to hammer home to anyone who may be listening or watching on the recording that this isn't a step towards amalgamation per se, but what this is an opportunity for two independent municipalities to join forces and find increased value on areas where it would make more sense for us to work together. There's better value for the taxpayer by not duplicating some of the efforts in some common areas, and a better result when you work together, but it will still allow both municipalities to be independent and have their own unique outlook on things. That it really, for anyone watching, this isn't, I think it's a great idea, but this is not a precursor to amalgamation. If anything, this is something that strengthens our own uniqueness at MODL.
I think that was well said, Councillor Burns. I just want to add a point on the reference to economic development. I think there is an opportunity, or we should have an opportunity as a council to have some discussion about how we perceive economic development, because there may be differences, and there may be differences in thinking, working with a partner as opposed to what we do on our own. So I think we will get to that at somewhere not in the not too distant future, but I think there would be, what is the role of municipalities in economic development? I think that's a key question, and I think we need to frame that up in a way that's that reflects our thinking on it and what may serve us going forward and serve the work that we're trying to do and the projects that we take on. So I did want to put that, on the record, that we don't have, as a council, have a clear idea about what that looks like. And we've identified as a strategic priority, so we will clarify it. Obviously, in this year's budget, we're committed to a number of things that have already been started. But over the next number of months, as we shape out how that looks going forward, I think we need a clear idea about what it looks like in the current environment we're working in. So are there other comments anyone wants to make on the proposal? We do have a motion. If someone would put that on the floor, I would appreciate it. 11.3.2. Thank you.
This is music to my ears. To Mayor McLean-Weil and members of council, I move the municipal council approve the establishment of a joint regional growth management committee in partnership with the town of Bridgewater, and direct staff to work with the town of Bridgewater staff to prepare draft terms of reference for the committee and present the draft terms of reference to council for final approval at a future council meeting. I so move.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Brooks. Is there further discussion or questions? All those in favor signify by raising their hand. Those opposed, motion is carried unanimously. It's very gratifying. Thank you. We are now, I think, down to mayor, deputy mayors, and councillor matters. So MJSB update. Councillor Burns?
Thank you very much. Just give me 1 second. I am pulling up the notes from Wendy. I have agreed to do the MJSB update on behalf of Councillor Oikel. So I'll read through her notes. On January 8th, the board conducted strategic planning for 2025 and 2026. A list of 10 strategic priorities and their associated benefits and costs were reviewed for the same period. The board approved the strategic priorities and directed staff to return with quarterly updates. The strategic priorities for the MJSB are recruitment and retention, corporate identity, and for that, what it means is being able to better identify what the MJSB is and what it does for folks, especially taxpayers. Better document management for better efficiency within the organization, service expansion as to what are we doing and where do we need to go, waste stream management, capital program delivery, extended producer responsibility, something that's coming down the tubes anyways, so how to get ready for that, IT service enhancements, part of which we saw already we acted on this morning, HR service enhancements, and occupational health and safety service enhancements. The board approved the proposal for procurement to be taken to councils for approval, which we already saw. A cost allocation model has been developed and agreed upon by the working group members and is based upon the following factors: Recognizing that all parties benefit from the existence of the service, 25% of the total budget is allocated between the four parties on an equal share basis. The remaining 75% of the total budget will be allocated equally between two factors: the proportion of the average of 5 prior completed fiscal years' actual reported capital and operating expenditures, and the proportion of total prior fiscal year uniform assessment. We also began to talk about Fire Smart and what options there were for waiving tipping fees and brush. The idea was actually brought through MODL here, and so there'll be some discussion on that. It seems to be a good program. We continue to have I don't know if I can say this part, the Kaiser Meadow. Yeah. That's that's it that I'm going to have in the MJSB update. Thank you.
Any questions for Councillor Burns? Okay. Councillor Vino, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you so much. It's been a busy 2 weeks. I've attended all agenda briefings, a public information session on Osh Bay Village, which was held here last week, as well as our Strategic Priorities Open House, which was well attended with approximately 40 people. It gave folks an opportunity to go around and chat with staff or councillor members and put suggestions on our priorities. And I have to admit, I never got a chance to read any of them because I was talking with people the whole time. So looking forward to those coming back so I can see what folks brought forward and for the rest of council. We had a REMO Advisory Committee meeting yesterday, and I've attended all other committee meetings as assigned.
Thank you. Any questions for Deputy Mayor Vino? Okay. Just following up on what Deputy Mayor Vino has said, I want to begin by recognizing the staff who are involved in organizing our first public engagement session on our strategic priorities and budgeting process. February 4th was a snowy day, and our staff scrambled to make the necessary modifications and notifications and ensure that we could accommodate the winter storm and yet continue to stay on our planning process. As you know, we have quite a rigid schedule ahead of us, or I should say rigorous. Even with the weather forecast, we hosted 40 people and had a good evening. And like Deputy Mayor Vino, I have no idea all that was written down because I spent the entire evening chatting with people, and they were really good conversations. People wanted to really engage in what we were proposing and understand what was behind it. So it was, I have to say, it was very gratifying. And to have 40 people on a snowy night, I thought was quite significant. The geopolitical situation arising with the announcement of the imposition of tariffs with the United States has created uncertainty throughout Canada. As a municipal government, we are not directly involved in the negotiations. However, we do have a role in understanding the implications and being able to respond should we be asked about the impact on our community. I have been making calls to a few businesses over the last week to get a better understanding of the impact on our district and the immediate community. As you would expect, lumber, Christmas trees, tires, and fish are the products that we directly export, but there are a number of supporting businesses that are dependent on these direct exporters for their work as well. I am happy today that we agreed to begin a formal process to establish a forum of discussion with the town of Bridgewater on municipal cooperation and collaboration around issues like planning, wastewater, water management, and economic development. Personally, this is a high priority for action during my term as mayor, and through my discussions with you, I sense an openness to the opportunities and the benefits that can happen from working together. The issues before us are significant and will take effort from all of us, but today we took the first step. The document we agreed on will be presented to the Town of Bridgewater Council next Monday, and then the work will begin on drafting the terms of reference, and we will begin the work from there. I've had several conversations with Kathleen Bell, the Chief Executive Officer of Balsam Care, the former Riverside Enhanced Living Facility in Dayspring. She and the board are working on the development plan for the site, looking at affordable housing within that location. When the current facility is no longer housing the residents who will be placed in community settings over the next 6 months. There are public engagement sessions scheduled this month, and I do plan to attend to be part of the conversation. Their property, Balsam Care, abuts onto the Mark site and abuts onto the area that we're looking at for pickleball courts as well. I met with Suzanne Lonis-Croft, the mayor of Mahone Bay, to discuss issues of mutual interest. Their council will be setting their strategic priorities in the next couple of weeks. I also met with Vernon Sims, who's been involved in many anti-racism initiatives in the district, as well as during his employment at Michelin. He wanted to convey his thoughts about the need for leadership on the issues of inclusion within our community. This weekend, I was pleased to participate in the Pleasantville Fire Department annual banquet and presented long service awards to Richard Hamburg for 40 years of service and Glenn Carey for 45 years of service. The fire department also renamed an award presented for community work in honor of the late Al Sullivan, a dedicated volunteer who was involved in the fire department and many other community activities. And I had breakfast in Dayspring and sat with the folks that had run 14 to 23 kilometers that morning. All I managed to do was a 45-minute class at the Y. So they deserve breakfast more than me. And that concludes our main agenda. We will move to an in-camera session. If I could have a motion to move in camera. Moved by Councillor Moore, seconded by Deputy Mayor Vino. We will move in camera.